Oh, I think they're starting.
All right.
We're live. Okay. Town clerk, Wendy, sorry. Would you please call the roll? Here.
I can't hear Wendy.
Here. Wendy, can you speak into the mic?
Flynn,
Here,
Counselor Terry Flynn,
here,
Counselor Christopher M. Logan,
Here.
Counselor M. Teresa Santos,
here.
Counselor Dennis B. Toronto,
Here.
Counselor Barbara A. Von Villis.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Wendy. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's our second public hearing for the proposed 2021-2022 budget. And I will read it in and then we'll get started on, it's still, the public hearing is still open. And we'll go from there, okay? We'll make a few brief comments after that about kind of where we're at, but let me just read this in first. Number one, public hearing advertised. The public hearing remains open. In order to the town of Middletown, second reading, in ordinance and amendment to the ordinances of the town of Middletown, general fund, Parks and Recreation Fund, sewer fund, refuse and recycling fund, appropriating revenues for the fiscal year July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022.
Public hearing remains open.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I've had discussions with our administrator, Mr. Brown, and fellow counselors. I've talked to most of them over the past few days, and the general feeling is that there's still a lot of unanswered questions. And, I know myself, and I'll certainly speak for myself, and some of the folks I spoke with still don't feel comfortable with where we're at. So I'm not sure we'll adopt tonight, but we'll certainly have a good discussion and hopefully solidify where we need to be. Having said that, I know Mr. Brown sent an email out today about the timing of the budget. And I've said right along that, we need to make sure we're comfortable in adopting the budget and we're confident in it. And so having said that, the email that came out today was the school department has 30 days to adopt the budget after we adopt their budget after we adopt our budget. So having said that, the law is that the school could incur some unemployment costs because of the notices that would need to go out for teachers. So that's where we're at with that. So we're going to need to, if we don't figure it out tonight, we're going to need to set a date before we leave, and then we'll proceed from there. But the date needs to be within the parameters. We're kind of short with the holiday here now. But I'm sure we'll figure it out, okay? So having said that, Karen or Wendy, is there anybody in the public that has their hand raised that would like to discuss the budget? Not yet. Okay. If they do, just, okay. Excellent. So if you could just raise your hand and Karen can bring in, and you could state your name and address for the record, please. And we're glad to listen to your thoughts, ideas, or concerns, okay?
Howdy, am I up first?
You are. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Nate Levin Aspenson. I live at 119 11th Street in Providence, Rhode Island, 02906, here on behalf of Newport Mental Health.
Okay. Is this about the civic appropriation?
It is, yes. I apologize. I missed the last public budget hearing. Is this the appropriate venue to ask questions about that, or has it already been covered or will be covered in a future meeting?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a good time to discuss during the budget, sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I just wanted to take a minute and ask the counselors if they've had time to consider our proposal for increased one-time ask for the primary care project to bring primary care doctors into our adult mental health care facility at 65 Valley. If there are any questions, I can answer. And if they've considered funding this increased one-time request out of the budget this year.
What is that? What is the dollar amount? I don't recall it off the top of my head, please.
Yeah, the dollar amount is, I believe, a $30,000 increase over our level ask.
A $3,000 increase?
No, I'm sorry, 30,000.
$30,000 increase.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's something we're certainly going to have to talk about. I mean, that's quite a substantial increase.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I'm here to answer any questions about it.
Okay. Does any councilors have any questions about this? Mrs. Santos?
Would you please name your organization again? Because at the beginning you were not coming in loud enough.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I'm here tonight on behalf of Newport Mental Health.
All right, thank you.
Am I coming in clear?
Yes, thank you very much.
Could you just
Absolutely.
describe what the additional 30,000 is, the one-time 30,000 is for?
Absolutely, yes. So we are raising money for capital improvements to our adult mental health care facility at 65 Valley Road in Middletown. This is a facility that serves a lot of our adult patients who have the most serious mental illnesses, often co-occurring with substance use disorders. And what we have found in our internal metrics is that this population is seeing primary care doctors at unacceptably low rates. Even though 96% of them have insurance coverage, less than a third of them have seen a primary care doctor in the past year, and less than half of them even have an ongoing relationship with a primary care doctor. And for a population that's already at higher risk for diabetes, obesity, heart failure, as well as co-occurring substance use disorders, that has a really negative impact on their expected life expectancy in this population that is already one of the most vulnerable in the community. So what we're doing about it is we are partnering directly with Kodak, which is another organization that provides, among other things, behavioral health care. And we are going to make improvements to 65 Valley to change one of the quads into primary care doctor's offices, so that our patients can get that primary care, that preventative care that they need right in-house. We already know from where this system has been implemented in other parts of the country that it improves the rate of primary care retention up into the 90 percentile. And we have the doctors and clinical staff ready to go, funded through another grant. So we are asking municipalities as well as local foundations to help us fund these capital improvements to create the physical offices.
Are you asking Newport and Portsmouth for the same amount?
We are asking Newport for the same amount. Portsmouth, we missed the deadline, and we're thankful to be level funded, but we were not able to pull them into this campaign. But we are asking Newport for the same amount. They are looking at funding us out of the federal relief money that is coming down once they figure out the federal guidelines.
Okay. Did you consider go back and add Portsmouth, so the cost for Newport Middletown may be less?
Yeah, I think that's something that we could do. We could certainly talk about it.
Okay. Mrs. Santos has a question for you.
If I understand you correctly, you presented in the appropriation request originally 59,000. Now you're adding another 30,000, making it 89,000? No.
No, ma'am. I'll clarify that. That 59,000 and change represents our level funding, as well as this one-time increased ask of 30,000. So all of that is rolled into the proposal that we turned in.
All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay, does any other councilors have any other questions? Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't think the Zoomers can see any of the council. We still have the windmill icon on the screen, just so you know. So I have a question for Nate, if he's still on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just to clarify, the request for Portsmouth, I agree with the council president to go back to them and ask is probably a good idea because they're filling out their application, I believe, for the COVID monies as well at this moment. Will you be asking for the 30,000?
Yeah, I think that would be
them-
sensible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Nate for the Newport mental health request for additional $30,000? Council Toronto. You gotta unmute, Dennis.
There we go. Caught me the first time.
This isn't the first Zoom meeting.
Been a long day.
I know, I'm sure it has.
Nate, thank you for speaking with us, and I appreciate what. I just want to thank you folks for all you do, and I will support this endeavor of what you're looking to do. It offers additional health care to our needed people, and so residents, and so thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, Dennis. I will relay that thanks to our clinicians who are really the ones doing the hard work.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Nate, we are certainly going to take it under consideration, and we appreciate you explaining it to us, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else that would like to speak, Karen? Not yet? Okay. So in my discussions this week with Mr. Brown, we need to figure this out, obviously. And again, not real comfortable with where we're at. It's still some unanswered questions. One of the things I asked Sean yesterday, where we're talking about consolidation of facilities and of finance and stuff like that. One of the questions I had was, and Peter, I'm not sure, from a legal perspective, I know there's a state law that says you cannot give the schools any less than you gave them the year before. Having said that, if the town takes over the financial piece, the finance department of the school, and takes over the facilities piece of the school, are we able to take that budgeted money, or does the law not allow us to do that?
That is something that is not exactly clear, and is something, one of the things when Mr. Brown has explained the consolidation process and some of the complexities of it, that is one of the complexities of taking on additional financial responsibilities without having an assurance from the State Department of Education that we will get credit for maintaining that level of funding and effort by the town for the school department. So that is something that would, once it's determined what the amount of that cost would be, we would need to, Mr. Brown can confirm this, follow up and try to get assurances from the Department of Education that would be credited towards the town's effort.
Have we not looked at that yet?
We've been looking at the revenue stream primarily. So the work that I have done recently is looking at the funding formula to determine how much of the funding formula is actually attributable to overhead and not necessarily education. So that's the discussion. I think the issue we all have to recognize as far as the progress made in the project is with COVID, there's not a lot of there's limited opportunity to meet with people. And that's one of the challenges in dealing with RIDE. But the first piece has been looking at the revenue stream. And then the follow-up, as Peter said, is to look at the maintenance of effort, which really over the last 2 weeks, I think I've forwarded you a number of emails from Brian Daniels in the league that talks about, the discussion that's happening with legislation related to maintenance of effort and the type of issues that, if the legislation was changed, might allow communities to not meet that level of effort. So the other piece to this is just costing out, what is the cost or the investment that the school department makes in maintenance of the buildings. That's another issue that needs to be worked out. So there's considerable work that needs to be completed.
And they just don't have a number that says this is what we spend on maintenance or budget for maintenance, and then this is what we budget for our finance, and those are the numbers.
I don't think it's that simple. You have overhead that's attributable to it. I mean, I think you could generally do that, but you may not capture all of the cost.
Okay.
So,
And I ask that because if that's the case and we do that, then, and the money's in their budget, how's this gonna work? And then we give them an increase and then they keep able to keep that money. That's not fair. It's tough to make a decision, a fair decision like that. That's, you know, I just wanted to bring that to your attention, really, you know, so. Anybody have any questions about that? Mr. Welch,
Thank you.
Mr. Welch, Vice
So
President.
Sean, is that a question that if we get to the right person can be answered, or are they still trying to figure out how it goes?
I think there's two parts to it. One is the answer and one's to validate the answer. The other part to that is not only, and that's part of it. I think you'd have to look at it and validate it, just as we're trying to look and validate numbers in the budget. So that would be my answer to that.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that. So to validate it, you mean whether or not it's worthwhile to go through the procedure?
No, I would validate the number to make sure I understand what's actually being recorded in the account. So
Yeah, but how about just the part of whether they get to keep the money or they don't? Who cares if it's $1 or $1 million?
we can ask that question to RIDE. Yeah, that's something we can do.
Okay.
That's, again, it's a matter of communicating with them and having a discussion and bringing an answer back. Again, it's an awkward environment to deal with a lot of these issues because with COVID, people are in the office, not in the office. There are certain matters that are being fast tracked. Obviously, the big one in the schools is whether or not kids are in school or not in school. Restrictions around COVID. But we can certainly continue to push that forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Council Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I guess this is a question for Sean on timing. If I understand your question correctly, Mr. President, it's a matter of we've got this department consolidation planned. It's been planned now for a couple of years, and we did get held up with COVID. I understand that. So if the amount that we allocate for the maintenance to the school is in the, say we awarded them the 4% that they asked for, if it's in that 4%, if we reduce the amount by the maintenance so that we're not double paying, can we reduce it? And if that amount happens to be in the 4% and it's greater than 4%, putting us into the amount that we're, the calculation would be an award less than what they got last year. The question to RIDE is can we do that? Is that the question? And my question to Mr. Brown is, can that be done before we have to approve the budget? Can we get that answer in a timely manner?
So I'll start with the second question first, and it's really not answering the question. I understand why the council is interested in having this discussion, but we still don't have a plan that we've formulated, and you haven't sat down with the school committee to discuss it. So I'm a little bit, and I think Paul sensed this last night. There's an amount of anxiety in me that we've skipped over a lot of work and a lot of communication and just decided that we're going to adopt this consolidation in a matter of days. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. When we started this discussion, I counseled in this room, the council and the school committee, that if you look at the state of Rhode Island, town school consolidation is typically unsuccessful. I think the only lasting consolidation that I'm aware of right now is the finance office in the city of Newport. I was notified this week that the facilities consolidation or oversight from City Hall over the school department has come to an end because it wasn't working out. And again, I just go back to this very simple concept that, without a plan, without communication with the two groups, you're basically heading down a path that I think there's a considerable amount of peril on. So So with that statement up front, I think you're just taking on a lot of risk at a time when you're telling taxpayers that you don't want to take on more expense and more exposure in these areas. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So, the council's going to make a decision. I don't have a concrete document for you to act on, but I've seen your emails. I've seen, there's this discussion. It's sort of an odd discussion that started. We're going to consolidate public works and facilities. If you look at the charter says that you can combine like functions. And I've seen numerous people in the council talk about merging the two departments. So the Public Works Garage is a department staffed by laborers that's responsible for highways and other infrastructure like that. The school facilities is actually a department that is staffed for custodial and facility work. They're not like departments. I'm not sure, and I'd have to go back to Peter to discuss whether or not those two departments get consolidated in that manner. But I don't think the charter says that. And again, the other piece is, and this is an ongoing discussion with the council's labor attorney, Regasta, there are really a lot of issues with custodial work and whether or not it's coming over to the town, because the town hall union has a recognition clause that gives it rights to custodial work in the town hall and at the police station. The Teamsters have language that give them right to custodial work at the Public Works Garage. And then again, we've have outsourced work, and then there's whether or not it's cost effective to bring organized labor in where there is no organized labor. There's a tremendous amount of work. There's a lot of labor issues to be worked out when it comes to taking the different bargaining units and deciding who gets what, which labor agreement survives. And again, that's where my focus has been, is with Attorney Regasta, because I believe that's where the bulk of the issues lie. So, and I don't see those issues being resolved in the next week or two. They're considerable. They involve the state labor board, and they involve not only sitting down with the school committee and the town council, but also sitting down with the different bargaining units to discuss their concerns.
Council Toronto.
Right, got the mute that time. Okay, Sean, I appreciate all your feedback. And I know this is something that we've been talking about it's been longer than that. I mean, I think it's been about 2 years since we, as a council, voted to do it. Prior to that, we were talking about it as well, and debating it and talking about it and talking to the school. Councils talked about it. Again, this has fallen into government speed. I mean, we can say it's COVID, but the school committee was able to put a whole department, a whole committee together to take a look at the schools and the maintenance of the schools and everything. So they're able to get together and talk about how they're going to do all the maintenance and all the school repairs and all that, but we can't get a meeting with them to talk to them about consolidation. And I brought this question up during the budget, and the superintendent told me to talk to you, as if we were having conversations or something.
So we're having a conversation, I think, and I'm just going to interrupt you. So
I wish I could finish. I'd like to finish.
I want to just correct one thing about government time. So in my government time, one of the issues that I've had to endure is an ongoing discussion about the regionalization of Middletown Public Schools with Newport Public Schools. And as the school department and a lot of other people. So this goes back to a conversation that really isn't happening between the council and school committee. So on 1 minute, we're saying that we want to consolidate these departments between the town and the school. And then there's another considerable discussion happening that we're going to merge departments between the city and the town. There's a lot of conflicting messages that I have to manage as we go along. And I would say that having a committee that walks around the school buildings to identify whether a floor needs to be replaced is a lot different than dealing with the emotion that goes with people's jobs. Um,
Okay,
it's
can I
a lot
finish?
different than the emotion that goes, and having been through this a couple times in this room, you know, with the disputes that will happen with organized labor and management. And those aren't simple, and you've been through those too. So I just, as you continue to talk about this, I just don't agree that you can simplify this into something that hasn't been addressed, because I don't think you're recognizing the complexity of it. And again, I'm going to go back, and no one has challenged my statement. There are no successful models of this in the state of Rhode Island. Again, without a solid plan, without communication between the town council and school committee, you're really pushing the administrator out with the elected officials, with the bargaining units, with the public, and there's not a lot of support. There's not a lot of help from you in that regard. So I just want to clarify that, because I understand in the space we're in, there's going to be a number of statements made, but I am going to sort of draw a line with them, because again, and we can talk about, again, if you guys are going to push it through, that's your right, but I do need to caution you about the risk associated with it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We heard about the risk 3 years ago, 2 years ago. We did a study, came back, we reported on the study, we got feedback on it. We voted as a council to move this forward, and it's not going anywhere. And what I'm hearing is there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So since very little work's been done in 2 years, how long would you anticipate this to take if you had the time to work on it and you could get a hold of people? How long would you think it would take before you could get back to us with your concerns for the merger?
So I just want to correct one thing, and I don't mean to make this an argument all night, but the council received the study, they reviewed it without the consultants, and you adopted it without discussion with the school committee. I just want to clarify that, and that's a taped meeting, and that's actually what happened at the meeting. So let's just be clear about how this task was assigned to me. When I sat today, and we've been looking at this off and on through COVID, the first thing that needs to happen is we need to get onto one accounting system. That is the primary, in my mind, and from the study, that is our biggest issue moving forward from a cost perspective. We would probably move to a Munis system, which is actually Tyler Technologies. We use systems that are like Munis right now, the town and school. Munis is used primarily through the state for Munis for the municipalities and the school department. So it's the logical choice. So I think if there was a logical first place and the council wants to take a strong action in regard to bringing the departments together, we do have a proposal to purchase a new accounting system. There's a fixed, a one-time cost of about $300,000 to do that, and a recurring cost of about $150,000. And I can certainly bring that to the council, in the form of resolution for the next meeting. But that would be the first piece. We would also need to look at the staffing that would require to do the accounting for both the town and school. Again, Newport has been successful so far in doing that. But the challenge then still goes back to service level expectations that need to be agreed to. And also, I think the understanding of the council that I will now become a service bureau to the school department and school superintendent. I think at sometimes when I listen to this, the school committee will retain their responsibility as defined under state statute, as will the school superintendent. We will simply, the finance office will simply be keeping the scorecard. And like with the facilities, the town will take over oversight from a management standpoint. But in that capacity, when it comes to school buildings, I would be reporting to the school committee and working for them and responding to their needs to provide space for education. So those are just some of the things I'd point out. We can work quickly through putting a plan together, but not so quickly as to adopt a budget in a week.
Council Welch?
Thank you. I don't pretend to know the history that we're discussing here, but as far as the budget goes tonight for the upcoming year, where obviously this isn't a number that we're going to get or that we can
Nope.
use to look at, so move on. I mean, we can decide later that we want to go through the whole thing and figure out that we want or we don't want it, but it's not going to change what we got to do tonight.
Right. Ms. Council Santos?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown, on the custodial for the town hall and the police station, is that an individual or is that a contract that goes out for cleaning?
That is presently contracted out, and it is a contractual right, or it's work that if it was to be brought in-house would belong to the Neary Town Hall Group.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions about this? I'll just make a couple of comments as I listen to it. I'm not sure where the lack of support is from who in the council. The council decided that they wanted to do it. I think we need to move forward with that. And to me, if it doesn't, if you're saying there hasn't been one to challenge you, one successful, I have the utmost confidence that you'll make it successful. If anybody can do it, Sean, it's you and your staff. There's no doubt about it. So,
And with, I think now that we're past COVID, and I think we're past a lot of other issues, we can focus on
yeah,
that.
I think you
Yes.
and I have had the discussions. We've toured some facilities in the past month or so, and I think we all recognize that it's only going to cost us the taxpayers, whether it's school dollars or tax dollars, it's all Middletown dollars. It's going to cost us more and more and more because it's not getting done, and that was behind it. So I understand your frustration. We'll work through this and we'll get it done.
I think we're at the space where this can be addressed.
Okay. Excellent.
So thank you.
Very good. Okay, let's get into some meat here now about some of the requests, and I know there's been a little bit of dialogue back and forth between some of us, and I know there's some. I'd like to ask Mr. Brown. We had a conversation yesterday, and I'd like you to share, if you're comfortable sharing that with the council, about your proposal on what you think as far as budget-wise. It's not a conversation that you and I had, and kind of lay that out. I don't think we were that far off. That's just me speaking out loud as one vote. But I think it's only fair that you share that.
Yep, I actually have something a little bit different than we
Okay.
talked about, and also builds on a conversation that came out of Counselor Welch's investigation of the tax rates. So if I can.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean, does the by chance do council? Oh, they want to put it up. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure Council Flynn and Council Toronto are able to view it as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
So for the record, Counselor Welch asked a lot of questions and follow-up questions, which invokes a lot of thought. And this goes in line partly with the discussion, again, that I had with the council president. So, and this is work that we did last night and today. One of the things that we were looking at philosophically is when the revaluation took place, one of the things that happened with this revaluation is that there was a large shift in tax burden from the commercial taxpayer over to the residential taxpayer. It actually equated to about $500,000. and George is here tonight to save me from saying the wrong thing. So we looked at that and then we started talking about tax rates and revaluations and assessments. And we sort of came up with a proposal which has some pieces to it that may help frame what we're doing a little bit differently. So what I asked George to do, and the way this schedule works is up at top, we have the 2020 tax year actual with the current rates, 1376 and 1821. And then that normalizes to what we've been
Excuse
talking
me.
about.
Excuse me, we can't see it. I can't see it. Terry, can you see it?
No, it's not on screen.
It's on screen.
Okay, we'll wait.
We'll wait a minute so you have vision, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Sean, I think the number last time they did the reassessment, I think it was 2 million. We can ask George.
Dennis, may I clarify that comment?
Sure. Yeah.
So are you saying that the reval shift, last time there was a revaluation, caused a $2 million burden to the residents versus the commercial property?
50%. Yeah, 50% of the people's taxes went up. And 50% of the people's taxes went down. And I believe it was $2 million that shifted. George probably can validate that.
Okay,
think
so
Sean said it
just
was
for the
1
record,
million.
we're waiting for a slide or two to be able to come up, to be able to see exactly what the administrators are talking about, okay? And if we can't get that up, we're gonna have to proceed, all right?
Yeah, that's fine. You
Some
can-
of
you
these
can go
numbers,
ahead.
some of these numbers we
George-
did talk about last time, but
Sure.
should certainly get it out to you.
Could I suggest maybe if Mr. Brown could email it to Council Toronto and I?
There
Oh,
it is.
there we go.
Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
See how fast those ladies are?
They're good.
Thank you, ladies.
So again, last year, we'll just stick to the residential rate for reference, the 1376. The normalized rate is the $12.06. And what I talked, and I don't know where Councilor Welch and I were, we started this conversation of, if we've normalized the tax rate, why don't we normalize the taxes paid by the asset class being residential and commercial? I think we were somewhere in that vicinity, but that was the question I came out with. And that's how I came to work yesterday. And I also had a conversation with the solicitor about this. And if you think about it, we do the revaluation and we normalize the rate and we set everything equal. But what we did this time is we sort of let that $500,000 move. We let it move from the commercial over to the residential. So everybody ended up on the residential side paying less, commercial drops down. And if you think of the process of a revaluation year, the council has the ability to reset the spread between residential and commercial. So what we discussed and what's on the sheet today is, if we went ahead from a policy standpoint with this revaluation and going forward, shouldn't we reset or present the normalized tax rate, not only based on the change in the levy, but also, within the asset class, within residential, but also recognize that we need to look at what happens between commercial and residential. And if we do that, and it's essentially a $500,000 shift in dollars that need to be raised, we end up with a new normalized rate of $11.89, and then the commercial goes to $16.90. And that really is sort of a pure kind of way of looking at what happened during the revaluation and making everybody sort of whole. So the next thing we did is we looked at, with that, what are the new rates? So with the 3.62% increase, it ends up being $12.35, 1740. I asked Mark and George to run a couple other numbers. One was to drop the town to 2% and the school to 3%. And that would come to an overall rate in the levy at 2.6%, but the tax rate would go to 1221 and 1730. And then if we went to 2%, we'd go to 1214 and 1719. So again, I think from a policy standpoint, the first thing we're doing is we're saying we want to basically, and something we haven't done in the past, is shift that $500,000 so that all things being equal, the residential and tax rate, commercial tax rate payer are sort of even Steven at the point of the reval. And that changes the scenario. You take away that losing part of the formula for the residential taxpayer. You don't build that in. Talking to George today, part of our conversation, and George can add on to this, or we can talk about it afterwards. In the residential market, there's all the sales data. We know what the market's doing. On the commercial side, there's not so much sales data. So a lot of it's sort of estimates. So I think overall, we're saying that even, the increase in the commercial rate, the feeling is that possibly that increase, that 9% increase instead of the 12 that we see on the residential side might be a little bit soft, and again, justifies this idea that we should normalize the increase between the two classes of assets when we go into the revo. The second sheet that I have given you, and I guess this is building upon changing how we look at the tax rate and construct the taxes, is that, so right now, the tangible tax is tied to the residential tax rate. So when you go back in time, why did we do that? And we did that because trailer homes used to be considered tangible property. So we tied the tangible rate to the residential. At some point in the last few years, or I don't know how many years, that changed. So the trailers came out of tangible property, went into the residential rate. So the question I asked George is, why wouldn't we tax the tangible property at the commercial rate? Our rate is actually low compared to the rest of the state. What would happen if we switched it? We broke the rate from residential, attached it to the commercial. And that's what this is showing, is that you would basically increase that one rate of taxes on that one class, and then spread that new revenue across all three classes. So what you would have then is, so again, last year's tax rate, the 1376, you would actually further decrease the normalized rate to 1198. Actually, and just before I go, I forgot, there's one other piece I added to this. We said we would increase the taxable rate. We would also apply a $15,000 exemption to all of the properties, so that anyone who had a small business, the nail salon, the guy who's pushing a lawnmower, riding mowers, he's got an office with one desk and one computer on it. He's not paying $300 to an accountant to have the tax return submitted. So we've exempted that bottom 15,000, changed the tax rate. So there's two components to that proposal. So that would give us a normalized tax rate. So we'll just look at the residential just so we can follow the column down, of $11.98 is the normalized, with the $500,000 moving over 1179. With the 3.62% increase in the levy, that would bring the taxes up to 1226. The 2.6, which would be a 2% appropriation to the town, 3% to the school, would be 1211. And then if we went to an overall levy increase of 2%, it would be $12.03 for residents, 1708 for commercial, 1708 on the tangible rate. So, this is an opportunity. These are the kind of things I think that this is why the law says if there's a reval, we can take a look at tweaking the property classes. But I think it would be an opportunity to, provide some, I think, normalize the residential rate compared to what we were discussing before. I think it recognizes that the tangible rate was too low, that the property we're taxing is commercial. And then the last piece is that we're trying to help the small businesses by just eliminating their need to file a return at all. I just like ask George to pipe in a little and fill in all the important points I missed.
One thing that that you didn't bring up is that when we incorporated the change for the tangible property, we distributed the increased revenue associated with changing the rate amongst all three property classes, so that the commercial rate was not absorbing all of the change. A little bit of it was shifted over to the residences as well. Otherwise, I think that Sean did a great job in presenting what we have here. If you have any questions, I'd be,
That was the easy way out, George.
a man of few words sometimes.
I understand. I understand. Sometimes, most times actions speak a lot louder than words. So, so for me, just trying to think as a person, a regular resident, a regular Joe on off the street that would, or Joanna off the street that would look at this and trying to follow along and go, what did he just say? So in dollars, do we have anything or a slide that, or maybe we could do one that says, okay, here's what the average, because this is what we used to do in the past, was here's the average median home in Middletown. And so with the new potential rate at 2%, what would my taxes be compared to what they are now? And I think that's what people really want to see and are interested in and understand. So Council Welch.
Thank you. So I was thinking the same thing. And of course, I like Sean's budget that he gave out. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference in the second sheet, tangible change. What would it do to go from a 2% increase up to the 3.62%? And for my house, which the last evaluation was 550 or 542, whatever it is, it would be a difference of $126. So to go from the 2% to 3.62%. So for $126, I like this budget.
Okay.
I know that doesn't help you saying what was it before and what is it now. I'm saying
No,
the
but-
difference on the sheet.
I understand, but, and that's great. That's your opinion. And I respect that, but I just would make sure that we look, as these things compound year after year,
Mhm.
that's what really we need to kind of look at. And, you know, what are those dollars being used for?
Not cisterns.
Okay, you know, what does the school get? I think that's important. You know, what,
Agreed.
all the things that were involved, what were, because last meeting I said, hey, look, how do you want to tackle this? Do you want to tackle it as, hey, Sean, you know, go make 1.5% work and what does it look like? And then, you know, whatever he puts in there, then he's accountable for that. Instead of, or, and we said, no, we want to tackle it piece by piece was the general consensus. Because you may not like something, I may not like something that's in there. You know, the nice versus necessary to have. And, you know, we've had most of a lot of people are going up just from the eval, from the revals rather, you know? So that's on top of that. Even though it's normalizing, it's still, you know, we can have a 0 increase, but because of the reval, people's taxes go up. So those, we need to consider that as well. Because their value went up, their assessment went up. So now they're paying more per thousand, more on the per thousands that it went up with no increase.
But that's why the normalized rate is in there.
Understood
So,
that.
so for me, we've been riding that 0% train for a while now.
Yes, 4 years.
And as we get into some of the infrastructure and services part,
Yep.
I think that's going to show up. So I don't think we got to get off of that track.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think that I think it's reasonable to say that it was great to have no increase for 4 years. It's not sustainable. Just like you might say, increases of 3 and 4% at years back, you look now, they weren't sustainable. So, you know, there's contractual obligations, there's things that need infrastructure, there's you know, a good example is the fire department. You know, the last contract, it got ugly. We listened to the public. We've added 8 bodies. We or eight bodies.
In the end.
Eight
In the end.
firefighters,
Yep.
which the public wanted. And, okay, so we were fortunate, we got safer grants for the first
3 years.
3 years or 4 years of it, 3 years.
Mhm.
And then after that, we have to budget for that. So we have to budget that 1%, because if we don't, in 3 years down the road, we're going to be looking for $500,000 or $600,000. 600,000, I think it is.
Yes.
And
Understood.
where do you get that? So I think it was smart to put build the 1% in now,
Mhm.
and the next few years, once it's built in, it's in, and then we'll have that funded for when those safer grants run out. That's smart, and that's proper budgeting, and that has to be done. It's not something that we're just going to go hope and pray some kind of money comes along. That's not how we do it.
Agreed.
So having said that, there's other things as well that, other councils have brought up. I don't like this, I want that. And so that's what we need to figure out. Okay? So,
Mr.
having said
President?
that, I cannot, oh, Dennis, yes, sir.
Okay, I have a question for George. Is George there?
I'm here.
George, just going back to a statement that was made a little earlier. My calculations, when this assessment happened 3 years ago, there was and it's a 0% to the levy. It's not every resident in Middletown didn't see a tax increase. Is that right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say 50% of the residents of Middletown's taxes went up in that year? And 50% of the people's taxes either stayed the same or went down?
I couldn't accurately answer that right now. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, that was kind of the numbers I found. And this year, if we normalize this, which you have it down to 11.98, that means the actual residential, that means the mill rate came down. Can you put that slide back up, please? So the mill rate came down 13.5%. Is that number right?
Okay, I haven't done the math, but yeah, I'll take your word. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so it came down 13.5%.
From the 1376 of last year
Correct.
or from the
Correct.
normalized rate?
Yeah, if you take 1376
Yep,
minus
got it.
1198 and divide that by 13.76, it's 13.6% that the mill rate came down. So is it fair to say that anyone's assessment that went up more than 13.6% will be seeing a tax increase? Is that fair to say?
I haven't been looking at it in that way. I'm more focusing on the middle of the value change rather than the change in the rate.
Well, if the change in the rate multiplied towards the new assessment, so it's the way it works. Would you agree? I mean, if someone's rate, when we heard someone's assessment went up 30%. So what's going to happen is the mill rate's going to come down 13.6%. So that means their taxes are going to go up roughly 16%. Is that fair to say?
The logic is correct. What the exact numbers are, I don't know.
Well, those are the numbers.
But I agree with your logic.
Yeah. And anyone whose assessment didn't go up more than 13.6%, so say someone's only went up 10%, they're going to see a 3.6% decrease in their taxes.
I'm not following. I understand that the track you're following. I'm not sure. I haven't run that analysis. I really don't know. I've been thinking about it
I
differently.
think it should be a good number because someone said that, because it's going to be a total. So if you took everyone's assessment so what happened the last time, it came down like 12% in the 3 years ago. And again, if you took everyone's property that assessed higher than 13.6% this year, they can expect a tax increase. If we just normalized it. And anyone who's looks at their current assessment and says, oh, it didn't go up more than 13.6, their taxes will stay the same or they'll go down. So there's a number that would, so that number is shifting. So we're going to take the revenue, we're going to shift it from one side to the other, okay? So what I'm trying to understand here is what you've done is you're saying that, is it because the commercial rate didn't appreciate as much that we're able to increase the commercial rate and they won't feel the pain as much?
That was the thought process, yes.
But the commercial rate won't get as big a discount. If we normalized it, they'd be getting a much lesser tax rate. So what you're saying is we're going to take that assessment. We're going to now change the mill rate so they don't get as much of a tax decrease. And we're going to offset, and then we're going to offset the mill rate again on the other side. So if you did that, now we're going even lower in regards to the mill rate's going to be coming down even further for residential. So we're really just sliding the money around, right?
That's the intent.
Seems like a lot of work. And I don't know if I was a commercial, I don't know if I'd be happy seeing this, increasing the rate. I mean, just because their commercial rate went down, and what a lot of people would say their assessment went down, so they became less paper rich, and they had a hard time through COVID. So I was proposing a tax decrease for commercial to help them through their COVID, but here, what you're saying is we're not going to give them as much tax relief. We're going to increase their mill rate a little bit so that they don't get as much of a decrease in their taxes. So I think you got to look at it that way, because there are residents Paul was telling me about a resident that he talked to whose assessment went up over 30%. I've talked to some that are up around 25. And then I talked to some residents who said their assessment only went up 10. So their taxes, they were very happy because their taxes are going to go down. So that's the issue with this assessment process. And I'm not going to get on my horse. And that's what I've been saying for years, is that we have a problem with this assessment process. And I have just one more question for you, George.
Okay.
When they do my assessment on my property, this is my personal property, and they come back with a number and tell me what that assessment value
is. This budget related? Dennis?
Well, it sort of is, because we're talking about taxes and
just want to make
where we're going to
sure.
be getting the money. Yeah,
Okay.
where they're getting the money, because we're basing these mill rates on what people's assessments are, right?
Yes.
It's what we're doing. We're saying, here's the assessment that we just went through and paid we paid money to have a reassessment done, and everyone's taxes are going to be based on that. And now we're over here playing with the mill rate to try to determine how much everyone's going to pay to balance the budget. And what I'm trying to say is we need to look, and Paul, I'll just drop it here. We need to look at the assessment, because I'd like to know how they come up with the calculations, because some people's assessments are 50% of the true sale value of the property, and some people's assessments are what the house would sell for. So the numbers are not consistent, but we're basing people's taxes on it. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't necessarily agree with this program here, so I need to hear more about it. It's the first time I've heard it, so I probably have more questions after I think about it.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Flynn.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's 7 o'clock.
Sorry. Just to take off, I can't turn him off. Just to take off on some of the conversation points that have come up. And I think that George is going to, or once the budget gets passed soon, he'll be working on those neighborhood deltas that we've been asking for regarding the revaluations and which neighborhood clusters have gone up by how much from the last revaluation of their neighborhood from others. So I just want to remind everyone that we'll be looking forward to getting that data point. And, I just have to say, to make sure that we're keeping our eyes on the goals of the budget process, and there's a lot of them, but for me, when I'm looking at the budget, there's two overriding knowns I think that we have for the community is that the council should not increase the budget any more than is absolutely necessary because our community has suffered and been burdened with COVID. And the second one is, we need to provide every avenue of outreach to our citizens. And again, because they've been burdened with COVID, and it's not just our students and their families, it's all young adults, our teachers, our businesses, our seniors, every single person in the community has been negatively impacted. And I think the businesses are suffering too. I look at this proposal, it's a great way to play with the numbers and, try to ease the burdens. But I think if we make sure that we're only increasing the taxes as we absolutely must, we have to make sure that we're not overburdening any section or shuffling it, shuffling the monies around. So that is a concern. And along those lines, I wanted to jump to the conversation about the tax increase. We know we have to go 1% because we did expand the fire department. And I want to remind the council that, we are committing to raise the taxes, not just 1% this year, but it's going to be a cumulative impact every year up to year 4 when the SAFER grants run out, so that we get up to collecting in tax revenue the $600,000 that is needed. So it's 1% increase this year for 170,000. Well, that's not flat next year. The plan is to make that 170 actually be 340. So we already know that we're increasing taxes the next 3 years. So another reason that not to increase the budget this year any more than is absolutely necessary. And on that line, when you do the math, I believe that in our documents that we received on May 19th, those great slides, the budget strategy that Mr. Brown put together, the proposal is $170,000 a year, which is $170,000 this year, another $170 next year is $340, another $170 the following years is $510,000, another $170 for the year that we need to come up with $600,000 actually generates $680,000. So if you do the math, we really only need not $170,000 but $150,000. And I would like that to be part of the conversation here with the council. And I hope I got that all right, Mr. Brown.
So that begs the question to Sean then, why 170 instead of 150?
The firefighters go through steps. The way that the SAFER grant is constructed, we get the base year. So you calculate the reimbursement level on the base year the firefighters hired. So they will actually go through steps. So your year 4 cost is higher than actually the amount that you're being reimbursed. So I think, Mark, the rough numbers, roughly around 600,000. I mean,
Yeah, it was about that.
yeah, so that's year 1. Then they'll get, I think steps are roughly 5% each year for the 3 years. So it's not going to tie out exactly. It's the number in the 4th year is going to be greater than the grant amount. So as I've explained to Councilor Flynn, it's, the grant will run out, the $600,000 won't be there, and the goal is to have the money. If we're going to tweak that number, that's fine, but.
Yeah, no, I
I
think we all understand the
Yeah.
600, but the question was the 680 versus the 600.
So on the 8 firefighters, they'll get their step increases over the next 3 years, and it will actually be greater than the grant amount when we sort of fall off that cliff. So.
Okay. So you feel you're building that in to make sure we have enough money for that?
And also, the next year you might make a different decision, and the year after you might make another decision. I think my goal, quite frankly, it's as I sat with Mark, is a round number. Let's do one. Is 1% going to get me there? Between Mark and George, I think that number has changed as we've worked on the budget. As we sit here today, that number is 170,000. The council wants to choose a different number. That's fine. Again, the goal is at the end of the 3 years is to have that equal the $600 plus $1,000 you need so that you are able to maintain the service level that we've adopted for our fire department.
Clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
So just to clarify the numbers, so with the steps for the new firefighters, what's the dollar amount that will be needed in year 4? Is it the 600,000 will accommodate the SAFER grant fall off plus the steps?
I don't know. There's going to be another labor contract negotiated. We're in the ballpark. So I think we can come up with a more exact schedule for you. Or you could propose a different way to get to that rough $600,000. I think we're all talking about the same thing. So,
Well, I think the way is with the math to justify it to the public, 150,000 will get you there without, adding extra fluff. If that's the number, I just want to do just what we have to do and not more.
I wouldn't characterize it as fluff because you don't have $600,000. You've got to somehow get there over a 3-year period. So you could do 170 and 150 and 140. Again, however the council wants to get there. My recommendation is that we over the next 3 years fund or build up enough funds to pay for the grant. So
I just think it's easily.
Mark can provide a more exact number at the next meeting.
So long as it's understandable, explainable, and justifiable to the public, and the 150,000 number does that. So that's what I'd like to, present to the council.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Any further discussion on the 1% for the firefighters? Okay, how about we discuss, because some of the issues that that certainly were brought to my attention, Sean, it's a difficult conversation to talk about. It's not difficult. I guess we have to be careful of. I'd like to see how that breaks down. I mean, we have 2%. How does that break down? If the council adopts what you're asking or recommending, how does that break down? What do the school get? We know what the 1% is for the funding of that grant when it runs out. How does that break down?
You have the roll forward schedule that shows the changes in expenditures for each department. That's what we've been working towards.
So of that 2%, how much goes to the school?
Dollar wise,
Yeah,
you have a 2% number, Mark? It'll be half of 1,077,000.
so it's roughly 530, 40.
So their 4% is 1,077,000. So half of that.
Okay, so
538.
537,000 or whatever it is, 38,000.
530, yeah, 538.50.
Yeah. Okay. I
500.
just want everyone to understand what that percentage represents. Because I think that's important as counselors, when as Terry said, when you have to justify it and someone says to you, hey, why did they get this? You might go, well, we gave them 2%. We gave 2% budget. We need to make sure that we've done due diligence and that we all have a solid understanding of where those dollars are going and what they're for. So, Sean, can you explain the 2 pumpers? You sent something out today about the pumpers and where that money comes from and
Yep. Do you have that slide, please?
and why 2 are needed.
So, and Rob is on the call, also fire chief, but I did work with him this afternoon. and just while they're doing that, Mr. President, just so at 2%, the school department would get $538,000. At 3%, the school department would get $807,000. And at 4%, the school department would get $1,077,000. Those are the broad numbers. It's linear, so it's just,
Are you comfortable with the, this is the strategic part need to be careful with, there's a contract coming up.
there is a
We had
contract
that
coming up.
conversation and I want to make sure everyone, without throwing numbers around, that you're comfortable with and that we're comfortable with those numbers. Maybe that's conversations you have with the councils individually. From a
could-
strategic standpoint, I don't want any dollar numbers thrown out there because that puts the school at a disadvantage from a negotiating standpoint.
I think there's material I can review that's already in the public space to talk to individual counselors
Okay.
about the school negotiations. And I've had conversations with the superintendent and I understand I have a good feel for issues that are privileged and not privileged. So,
Okay.
and I'm sure there's things I don't know, but I think I understand it well enough that I can simplify it. Okay, so Chief McCall's on the call. I just put this together. So the first thing I want to point out is that we are proposing that we purchase 2 pumpers so that we have 4 pumpers in the fire station. The cost of those pumpers is so I can't remember off the top of my head, between $1 million and $1.2 million for the 2 of them.
Yeah, 1, 2.
It's a 5-year lease purchase agreement that would be funded from the rescue wagon fund. So these are monies set aside for public safety apparatus, and this is something that we've been doing for quite a bit of time. And so if the thought process is that we weren't going to do that, then it's not going to have an immediate impact on the tax rate. There is an administrative cost to go out to bid for a lease purchase. We do have to involve bond counsel and get a tax opinion. So the fewer transactions that we do, the cheaper the transactions cost cumulatively. It reduces the cost of the truck. And this is I had a slide like this for myself because when this budget came forward, and it's a problem that's been coming forward for a number of years. I, like you've discussed, have looked at how do we spread out the purchases so we don't have to buy 2 at a time. Can we only have 3? What are the different things? And those are things we want to talk about. So on this slide, the purpose of it is really what I did is I looked at the years in the trucks. So we have 4 trucks. There's truck 1, there's truck 37, truck 2, and truck 36. Truck 36 actually doesn't exist anymore. That was a truck that the town bought in 2000. We bought a truck with the town of Portsmouth. It wasn't a great truck. It was a poor spec. The frame of it rotted out, and we actually got rid of it after 13 years. And this is the one on the bottom. And it's important because this is the first truck that we're replacing. It's a truck that doesn't exist. That truck went away around 2015. I can't see that far across the room. And the reason we didn't, well, the truck was not repairable. The frame was bad. Portsmouth got rid of their truck at the same time. And at the time, Chief Dory did not immediately ask to replace the truck because we didn't have a place to park it. The fire station was under construction. We had limited bays in the old station, and the new bays hadn't been constructed. So that's where you see basically we don't operate a 4th truck, and that goes on basically through 2021, 21, 22. And so that's the first truck we're replacing. And you can see this isn't just the years that the station wasn't there. This is an ongoing discussion about deferring the purchase of the truck. So we've gone a number of years without the 4th truck. The second truck that we're looking to replace is truck 37, which is the second one down. And in 2022, the year we're coming up with, that truck will be 17 years in age. And by the time when you spec one of these trucks out, when you do it properly, it will take a year to get built. It will be 18 years of age, and we're really getting to the end of its useful life. And Rob can talk a little bit about the maintenance that was done on that truck and others during the past year, but that's sort of how we get to this point where we've deferred the replacement of truck 36. We're entering that window where we do need to make a decision on truck 37. So that's where 2 trucks come in. There's a philosophical discussion, of is it right to have 2 trucks that are the same? Having been in the Army for 5 years, mentally, I think it makes more sense to have 2 frontline trucks are the same because you can equip them the same way. So if I go to a fire, I'm on one truck or the other. I know where my axe is. I know where my cutting tools are. I know where my nozzles are. Whether I go to one truck or the other, that training memory, that motion or evolution, whether I'm on one truck or the other, should be the same. It should be more efficient and there should be less error. So personally, I that's the school I subscribe to. I know if I sat down with the fire department, I would hear other opinions, and Rob can elaborate on this, but I do think there is, besides the point that we've gotten to a point where we deferred ourselves to a point where we need 2 trucks, I think there is a benefit to having 2 trucks that are built in the same manner. The new trucks are safer. The new trucks are more efficient. I think the other piece to this, which is major, is that we have executed an agreement with the union that has a different protocol for responses. Not only if there's a single event, but it also gives us the ability to respond to 2 calls. So we are going to be using more equipment more frequently. And that's another reason that we need to have 4 trucks available. I'll let Rob talk. There are scenarios where you could possibly run 3 pumpers, something that's possible with having more people. And depending on, the battalion chief or chief with what the call comes in and what mutual aid you're going, that's an option for that person. So that's the pumper. I think the 2 pieces I wanted to highlight, one is that this is money that's coming out of the rescue wagon fund. It's cheaper if we do 1 transaction versus 2. We have deferred the purchase of pumpers, and that's how I think we've gotten to a point where there's 2. And just on a personal preference, I think having 2 that are the same actually makes for a more efficient work environment. And Rob's on the phone. Rob, if you want to add something, I'd do it right now.
Okay. So good evening. One of the big things that Sean and I talked about earlier this afternoon was some of the costs that we're starting to see creep up quite a bit. And as you can see by the slide that's up right now, engine 2, which is the newest truck in the fleet, is hitting that 10, 11 year mark. And as we talked about before, when you start to get into that time frame, that truck really even should start to go into a reserve status. The costs, just recent repairs for that truck alone were in the $18,000 range. Overall this year, we're starting to push the $40,000 range, just because that truck is used so often. So that's one of the big issues we're starting to run into. 37's costs have gone down because that truck has moved into reserve and isn't used as much, but is forced into service quite a bit because of other trucks having to go out for service. So that's one of the big things that we're starting to see right now with the aging of the fleet. Even the newest truck is really starting to push that envelope of frontline status. So the other thing that we talked about was the staffing issues. The plan is to provide a better service to the citizens. By doing that, we're going to be able to utilize both of the frontline pumpers at the same time to respond to the EMS calls and things like that. But also in the event that there is a fire, and one of the scenarios we talked about was if the one engine and a rescue are on a scene of an incident, we have the ability to run 2 more additional pumps to a fire should it come in while that EMS ACLS incident is going on. So that's a big thing that we need to look at. And having 2 trucks, very similar, laid out with equipment such as jaws of life, supply lines, attack lines, things like that, but also having that third pump with maybe not the jaws of life on it, but being able to establish a water supply, which is very important in the initial stages of a fire. So, engine 2, engine 1 would be able to do that sort of role. And then if it's forced into service, it would be able to run as a first piece, but not all the time, and starting to really kind of build up those costs. So those are the big things that we're looking at right now.
Okay. So the lifespan of a truck is what, 15 years?
As a frontline piece, you really start to get into that. 15 years is a lot, especially the use that these trucks have, and just the environment they're in. 10 years is what you want to see on the front line. After that, it moves into a reserve status, and then kind of only used to back up a primary piece. And then after that 15-year mark, really should only be used kind of to just, in rare instances to take a truck out of service for a replacement or repair or anything like that.
Okay. You have the garage space to do it?
Yes. So, fortunately with the new station, the space has become available to keep all the apparatus indoors at the station. We're almost kind of running 2 stations out of the 1 station right now, where we have a pump and a rescue on one side and a pump and a rescue in the ladder on the other side. And we'd be able to kind of just rotate apparatus in and out if we needed to do that.
Okay. And Sean, can you just reiterate the funding source again and tax dollars wise, how that works from a lease purchase standpoint?
Yep. So the way we do this
And how the rescue fund is funded?
Yep. So the rescue wagon, the town established, it's probably been 15 years now, a fund. When someone goes and is transported in the rescue wagon, when the insurance proceeds are collected, they go into a dedicated fund where the monies are set aside for the purchase of public safety apparatus and equipment. And we have 5-year schedules for the replacement of all sorts of vehicles and equipment that go in here, so that we ensure that our residents have the best equipment responding to their emergency needs, and our employees have equipment that's safe for them to operate. So these 2 pumpers would be purchased with proceeds from that fund. The way the accounting would work is, and this is how it looks in the budget, you would see an expenditure in the fire department for $1.2 million. And up in the revenue side of the budget, you would see a revenue from financing sources, which would be the lease purchase agreement. Over the next 5 years, the council will, and it's in the capital improvement program, transfer in the money from the rescue wagon fund into the general fund to pay for the lease purchase, the lease payments that are due on the vehicles. And we do this on vehicles that have a life of greater than 5 years. So we don't lease purchase police cars, but apparatus like this, we do because they do have, hopefully that 15, 20-year life, get into that window of 15, 20 years. So there are no tax dollars that go to support this purchase. It's all proceeds from the insurance received from rescue wagon runs. And we've done this. We did this with the ladder truck. We've done this with other pumper trucks, and we've done this with the rescue wagons that we're running now. We anticipate they have a 7-year life, I think, the rescue wagons that we're running.
Yep.
Yeah, so those, and we've been able to stretch that out. I think a number of years ago when some of the early diesels, we thought it was closer to 5 years, but with the vehicles we've been buying and with the 4-wheel drive systems, as opposed to the chains and things like that go underneath, we feel that getting 7 years out of a rescue wagon is something we've done. So the fire department has stretched that out by being, good about maintenance and keeping those running. So this will help out the fleet a lot. Again, we have a new ladder truck. We have a newer tanker truck. We have admin vehicles. These are really the 2 big pieces that we're missing in the fire station. And really complements the change the council's made in staffing.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown? How many companies are there that manufacture these trucks?
I'll let Rob answer that.
And we are going out to bid.
We absolutely go out to bid. There's a specification and we go out to bid. But Rob, how many companies sort of make these?
There's quite a few companies. You know, I don't want to name names, but you know, we've kind of had different manufacturers throughout the course of the years. There's a couple manufacturers that we've used regularly that are local. You know, that have local branches here in New England and things like that. But once it goes out to bid, you know, there's you know, I can think off the top of my head, probably 10 companies that would, you know, bid on something like that.
And how do you pick the company? Highest bid, lowest bid, or in between?
Lowest responsible. And again, you know, the one thing the firefighters have been good at is the bid specs. Since, again, I think the pumper we bought in 2000 was a rush. Since then, I think we've bought good pumpers because of the work they've done. And I think, you know, we would continue that with this purchase.
Is the rescue fund, is that fund, it's not a restricted fund, right?
It's restricted by the town council.
It is.
Yep.
So if the council said, look, we don't want to buy two, we only want to buy one, but we want to use that extra money this year to keep the taxes lower.
You could do that, but once you make the taxes lower, you're forever taking the money out.
Mhm.
And that's the reason that we look at the 5 years because, and you know, so I can remember, and I'll use Anton Viveris as an example. Why are we lease purchasing the pumper trucks? And, you know, within the 5 years, you're not only managing, you have a limited amount, you have about $600,000 worth of revenue coming into the fund. You're buying a bunch of different things. But you're trying to make sure you always have the money in the, you know, in that 4th year, 5th year to make sure you can replace the pumper. So we're, you know, that's really the goal, is not to, I mean, we haven't had an issue where we haven't been able to replace equipment at the police and fire department. Those vehicles have always been able to run. And, you know, if you start taking the money out of the fund, then that impacts your future ability to finance the capital, you know, that's necessary to make these departments operate.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown, one other question, if I may. You say that the residents pay through their insurance when a emergency wagon goes to their home. Now, does the resident only pay for the rescue wagon? Or do they have to pay for the other vehicle which accompanies the rescue wagon?
They pay for the rescue wagon run,
Just the rescue wagon one?
The
right?
Insurance company does, not the rest.
Only if your insurance covers it.
But who pays the insurance company is the resident, okay? So they only pay the emergency.
Yep. And that, you know, and I've asked that question, it's in all of our insurance. It's in my insurance, your insurance,
That's why
Medicare.
we did it years back.
I know. I
It's-
was
You
on-
you were on.
Yes,
Everybody's got something in their medical insurance that pays for the rescue wagon to come. If you're a resident and your insurance company pays $50, we get $50.
okay.
That's it. You know, we're not hunting you down for the money in the council. And I think it's actually yourself, Mrs. Santos, when we set up the rescue wagon fund, was adamant that we're not chasing seniors, you know, with ambulance bills.
Right.
So-
And one of the things we made sure was, if you recall, is this is not a bill. We wanted to make sure that they understood that.
Yep. In fact, I'd go so far as the council at the time, you know, actually had me come in to a meeting and we reviewed those bills to make sure.
Yep.
We were very, very, very cautious when we did this. It took a couple of years to do it. We wanted to make sure that it was clear that, yeah, the notice you received was a notice that you received the service, but you were not being billed anything beyond what your insurance company, you know, was going to pay for that service.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Counselor Welch.
Thank you. Just one point I'd like to throw in is that as Chief Rob was saying, that the backup system works well, assuming that your frontline pieces are up to date. But for, I think it's 37, has been down quite a bit, which puts the old pump up as the first line, and that's a hole you don't want to get into. So as you continue to run older trucks as front piece, they break down. Now you're relying on the old one. And I would like to ask a question now that Mr. Brown has told us how the rescue wagon fund works, and that is not tax dollars that pay. Why have these pumps been put off for so long? Why didn't we do it previously?
I can answer that, Sean. Council made a decision last year not to purchase it, to defer it to this year.
But unless you switch the money from,
Understood? We were all very clear on it.
Well, I think the only thing, just one thing I'd add, I think we knew from negotiations that we were adding firefighters. And there
Yep.
was considerable
That's the other thing.
discussion going into the budget about not knowing whether we had the SAFER grant and whether we would need funding from this fund or the PPV fund. There was a lot of discussion about, we're going to run the rescue wagon more and that's going to help, offset the cost of the program. So as I try to recall, I think there were unknowns when we were putting the budget together.
Yeah,
And the council ultimately decided.
it was. That was more. I didn't remember that piece of it, but he's right. The other thing is one of the things that was brought up when we were going to add more firemen was the fact that, the big thing at the time was mutual aid, right? That's where that's where it all started at the time. And provide better service. So at that time, it was said potentially that, we could generate more money by having two vehicles more in service more than having to use the mutual aid. I never really bought into, I understood that logically it made sense. I just don't see significant dollars, and maybe I'm wrong, Sean, and that's why I'm
Well,
bring that.
and that's going to get back. So the other problem with the budget last year, which is that thing that we're forgetting just in general, because life is getting better. We were in the middle of COVID. So,
Okay, fair enough.
you know what I mean? So I think the fact that we got through the budget in itself was a huge task.
Yeah.
We weren't in person at
Right.
that time. If anything, we were still
Okay,
in the process of shutting things down. So I think besides the fact that we had executed the contract with the union, we had no idea that we would be vaccinated today. We knew our hotels were going to have issues opening up and things like that. So I think it just was a lot of unknowns, and that's why the
Yeah.
council was cautious to make any capital purchases.
True.
Yeah, the amount of money from mutual aid, I think when I did my estimate, I thought it might be around $55,000. But again, that's not something we can prove out because nobody wants to ride the rescue wagon during COVID. The number of runs is down.
Right.
So I don't think we really,
yeah, we won't see any true up on that for a while.
no.
So having before we go on to the next one, I just want to ask one more question. The police vehicles are paid out of that as well, correct?
There are, and I know Chief Kewer has some
so-
slides. There's, the police vehicles are out of there, and there's also a revenue stream in the general fund. We do collect $25 an hour for police vehicles that are used. That revenue stream is between $200,000 and $250,000. And I know police vehicles is something that we're probably going to add to the discussion tonight. So Chief,
I figured we just add it right now while we're in that fund.
yeah, so if we want to switch from Chief McCall to Chief Kewer and.
Thank you, Chief
Mr.
McCall.
President, I have questions on the fire truck.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't want to jump without, I didn't want to have to backtrack. And I think Councilor Toronto also has his hand up. So I just wanted to clarify, Sean, a question that I got from someone else was, so the whole debt service, the principal and the interest payments are going to be covered by the Rescue Wagon Fund?
Correct.
Okay. And back to the insurance payments, and I know it's not budget, but I did have someone ask about if they're a resident and they don't have insurance,
No,
do they get a bill?
They'll get a notice about the bill, but They don't get billed, no.
Okay, if you're on a mutual aid call in another community and that person doesn't have insurance, do they get a bill?
No,
Okay,
no, there's an agreement between the communities for the mutual aid calls that we don't bill one another.
okay, great. Also, I think that this chart, the pumper grid is tremendous. I think we should do this for all the vehicles, for those of us who, aren't very familiar with the lifespan and expectancy and guidelines. But I have a couple of questions. The engine 36 that's going to be replaced, you have the first year of service in 2022. Should that be 2023 with engine 37 because it's going to take a year to get them?
It could be either year. We won't know until we hear from the manufacturer.
Okay.
It could take longer if they need chips or who knows what with shortages in steel and things like that. So we'll update it when we get the number. But I think the purpose of the chart was just to sort of show those windows and where vehicles are being decommissioned and where new ones are coming on board.
No, fantastic chart. So I'm looking ahead. So we're going to pay this particular lease off in 5 years, and it might start. So when does it start? When we sign the order to pay whoever won the bid, and they get paid? Or is it when they deliver the trucks and then they get paid for them? When does that 5 years start with the outflow?
When the truck is delivered.
Okay.
You ride up to the vendor or you meet the vendor, you hand him a check and he hands you the keys.
the way it is in for regular cars. So my question is, we're going to have 5 years to pay off this debt service, and we're really going to encroach on needs of the other engines. I'm looking at engine 1 and 2 that will need to be replaced unless those will be adjusted with these new purchases. So, I'm just thinking cash flow. It would be good if we didn't have to overlap 2 leases. And this one was finished before we had to start replacing, but I'm not sure if the condition of the vehicles will allow that. So has that forecast been thought of at all? So that if we couldn't see, if you look at engine 1, it looks like you're looking at 2026 to replace it for year 1. And that could be only 2 years maybe after we start the lease payments.
So if you opened up your capital improvement program book on page 19, there's a report. It's a sources and uses of funds report. And that's where we look at the revenues that come into the rescue wagon fund, the funding related to the police department, fire department, and other uses, which would represent payments for leases. And we actually make a small appropriation out to the general fund for rescue wagon supplies. And as you look at the purchases and at the lease purchase payments, at a low point in 26, we still maintain a balance in that funding stream of $286,000. So we have looked at it. And again, this was a question that Councilor Welch challenged me with the other day is, the simple, how do you know you're not going to run out of money? So that's where we work this out, is in this, probably my favorite report in the capital improvement program process, which is trying to balance out the sources of funds with the capital requirements for each department.
So if that's the balance, but you want to be thinking about, if not in 26, maybe 28, 29, so that you're not having, are you saying that you wouldn't need the rescue wagon fund to purchase the next set of vehicles that would need to be replaced?
So we're required to publish a plan for the 5 years. We actually we can plan out up to 10 years looking at the vehicles. So again, we're looking at the 5 years. We would still have a positive balance with the purchases that we're looking at after the 5 years. I guess, is that your question, or I'm not sure what you're trying to get at?
Well, I guess I'm just looking ahead, making note that if this 5-year lease, say it starts in, 2023, which would be aggressive, I think, to get out there, get a bid, decide on someone and have them actually deliver a truck. But then you've got 5 years to 2028 to where that it's all paid off.
Mhm.
And I notice in engine one that that's 2 years into the 3rd year where you wanted to already have replaced that. And will there be some funding source, whether it's the rescue wagon fund or somebody else or some other place, to replace that engine number 1, or can it wait so we can buy engine 1 and engine 2, which it looks like engine 2 is slotted to be replaced in 2029. Just wondering the flexibility and trying to plan so that we finish one 5-year lease before we start another one, and we can still maintain that goal of getting 2 at the same time to save some admin costs and address the familiarity aspect of the equipment.
So I think that's a decision that would be made when we get closer to that date. But right now, we're budgeting a lease purchase for the 26 pumper in 2026, and actually replacement of rescue wagons in 2025 with the lease purchase agreement. So again, I think we look at the entire fleet, and you can sort of see how the 5 years are programmed out on page 19.
And could we get, could you expand this chart for the other fire department vehicles? So we
Chief
could-
McCall could certainly do that. Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful so we know what's going on in the upcoming years. Thank you very much.
Okay. Council Toronto, do you have a question?
All set. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Sean, can we talk about police vehicle and what the need is? And
Yes, Chief Kewer's on, and he has a slide that he prepared, which I think highlights the request for 3 administrative vehicle, three marked cruisers, 3 marked vehicles, and 1 unmarked vehicle. So I will let Chief Kewer walk through the information that he's prepared for the discussion.
Mr. President, members of the council, good evening.
Hi, Chief.
good evening, Bill.
So there's a couple things that I really want to highlight with our vehicles. First off, when you look at police operations, there's 2 critical things that pop out at you, and it's the area of training and equipment. Number 1, we want our people trained as best as we can to the best standards, and we want to provide the equipment for them to do their job with. Vehicles play a critical role in that. So with that, upon my arrival here in 2019, I was very pleased. There's a vehicle replacement program that's been in existence for over a decade. It's a cost-effective, common sense approach in the replacement of our vehicles. And when you look at the system, I'll direct you to the right-hand side where our vehicle, the annual vehicle condition rating. So each vehicle in our fleet gets a rating of 1 to 5, 5 being excellent and 1 being satisfactory. Obviously, the 5s are the newer cars and the 1s are the satisfactory, and those will be the first to get surplused. So what we did was, over the last 5 fiscal years, basically what we did is I broke this down for you. We have Mach Cruiser condition ratings, which obviously have all the Mach Cruisers. Those are our detail cars as well as all the vehicles that are on patrol. And there's about 16 of them for our 2021 proposal. So with that, as you can see, with our Mach Cruiser condition ratings, since 2016, we're at a 3.8. And that is gradually reduced to now this year at a 2.6. With that 2.6 rating, we had a cruiser that was rear-ended by a drunk driver 2 months ago, which was totaled. So that also includes a new replacement vehicle for that vehicle. So that rating would have come in at a 2 point, that replaced car 757, which was current condition rating on that was a 3. So even with that new car being included in a rating as a 5, we still come up to a 2.6. We like to be above a 3 for our patrol vehicles because these are the primary vehicles that really are out there every day. They're our voice. They're very visible, and we want to make sure that these kind of stay above a 3, which you can see the average for the last 6 years has been above a 3. So I projected that with the 3 new Mark cars, obviously we would get rid of 3 of the condition 1 cars that are next to be surplus. And if we get 3 new cars, the projected for 2022, our condition rating average will be up to a 3.3. Now, when you look to the right of that, we have our these are our admin cars and our specialty cars as well. So those are the unmarked detectives cars, the chief's car, ACO truck, our van, obviously, which is new 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. So currently our condition rating right now is a 4.0. As you can see, the last 2 years for fiscal year 20 and 21, that has diminished from a 4.4 down to a 4.0. So we have one vehicle, which is a 10-year-old Expedition, a 2000 Expedition that has a host of issues with it. It's similar to Newport's. They have a Ford Expedition as well. There's a lot of body rot. The rocker panels are rotting out. There's power steering is going, as well as there's an exhaust leak with a manifold. So there's no doubt that this vehicle is going to need to be replaced this year. It needs to be surplus one way or another. Obviously, what set us back is that, the current replacement program, it's a great program, and it's something, the process has been fantastic, and it works, and it's sustainable. If you do 2 vehicles a year, and the goal is to get those 2 vehicles a year, you're going to be able to sustain and keep basically your condition rating average above a 3 and above a 4. Last year, obviously, the COVID effect, we weren't allowed to, obviously, nobody ordered cruisers. We're not the only municipality. So this year we are asking for those 4 cruisers to be replaced so that we can maintain the condition of our fleet and our vehicles. And then let's look at cost savings. Last year we went with 2 years ago, we went with 2 brand new hybrids. The hybrids have turned out to be very good vehicles and patrol vehicles. There's a gas saving associated with them. Obviously, it's eco-friendly as well. When you look at the hybrids that average 24 miles per gallon compared to the full gas versions of 17 miles per gallon, your savings on the average for each car hybrid that we have, and we have 2 now, is $3,100 a year. So with 4 hybrids, and we would, if approved, these 4 vehicles would be 4 hybrids, you're going to save a minimum of $12,400 annually in gas. And over the lifespan, $62,000 over a 5-year period in gas usage. So that inside itself saves, that's a brand new fully equipped patrol vehicle of $62,000. So also the cost savings too with our repairs and maintenance. Obviously, it's older cars require more maintenance, and there's more things that can go wrong with them. Newer, we get them under warranty. We get a 100,000 mile powertrain warranty, and usually anything major that goes wrong with it, we bring it to the dealership and it gets fixed for free. Obviously, with the older cars that are surpassed 100,000, and we have 8 cars right now that have surpassed 100,000, we have to, if something breaks, we have to buy a new one. So, and again, it's just, we want to be able to, sustain our attrition of the older vehicles. And as I said, this isn't, and those that have been on the council for years, it's a program that works. I was very happy when I came in and saw the process. The process works, and the condition rating averages work, and we're looking to cut costs with the hybrids. And I think this in turn is going to save taxpayers money as well. So any questions on that slide?
I don't have any questions, Bill. I just have a comment. When I look at the total budget, you guys just look at your budget, which I understand. We look at the whole town, and I get the request, and I understand the program. At the end of the day, can the taxpayers afford that? That's what we're looking. That's what we're looking at. Because now we're talking 2 pumpers. We're talking 4 police vehicles, one's an admin vehicle, and then we start talking about interns, and we start talking about full-time employees, and all these things add up. So something's got to give somewhere. And that's just my opinion and me talking out loud. So Councilor Welch.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, what do you use for price per gallon for all your calculations?
The average right now is $2.50 a gallon, and we know that the gas prices are going up, obviously. So that is a concern as well with the hybrids. We've been very happy with the hybrids. They're a very safe car. They provide more cargo space for the officers as well. And the 2 new ones, we've gotten some really good feedback on, and from other chiefs that we talked to, we've gotten some good feedback as well.
Thank you.
Council Santos.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Chief. How are
Good
you, sir?
evening. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Good. Two questions. Are any of these cars that are presently in the police department, are they taken home at night?
There are 3 cars that are taken home at night. Every other car is here.
And why are they taken home?
There's my car, obviously, to respond to anything 24/7, which I do. And also the 2 police captains, which will respond as well for the detective division, Captain Ryan, and for the patrol division, Captain Faria.
Are any of these vehicles taking over any of the bridges that have to pay tolls?
If they do, it's only for official business only. And we have transponders in those cars.
No, I don't mean for
they're
official
not.
business. I mean for taking home at night after they complete their tour of duty.
No, there is not.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further questions of Chief Kua?
I think just to highlight, so these vehicles in the budget are actually programmed to come out of the rescue wagon fund. So they're not on the tax rate, and I can't see this far over to the slide. Again, in the general fund itself, the town collects typically between $200,000 and $250,000 a year in fees from construction companies and utilities for the road details. So, we can play with the accounting and move that into the rescue wagon fund, and but one of the things that was actually set up by Chief Burns is this $25 an hour rental that that user has to pay the town to replace the vehicles. And I think what this slide, Bill, Chief, is showing is that the revenue that we're receiving from those vendors actually is exceeding the amount or matches the amount of money that we're using to replace the fleet.
That is correct. And so what I basically did was I took the 5-year totals of our new vehicle purchases. So over the last 5 years, we've purchased a total of $660,000 in new vehicles. I had Mark give me the fiscals for the detail cruisers that work the construction details to give me the revenue generated for the last 4 years. The revenue in just the last 4 years are $873,381. So for fiscal year 2021 to date, as of this morning, we have generated revenue of $223,000 with another month left to go into this fiscal year, which will probably estimate, if last year's indication of 255, we will exceed that 255 mark for revenues generated from our construction vehicles.
I'm having a hard time hearing him.
Yeah, me too.
I can't. Bill, you're coming in a little muffled.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's by design. I'm just kidding. So just having fun with you, sir. So having said that, can you just repeat what you said about the revenue? They hit on some $1,000.
Sure. So can you hear me now? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So basically I had Mark, the finance director, give me a 4-year total for the total of our detail cruisers, the revenue generated over the last 4 years. And that's what this slide shows. So over the last 4 years, revenue has been generated from our detail cars, $873,381. So far this year for 2021, as of this morning, we are at $223,000 in revenue generated from our detail cruisers just for this fiscal year. It is projected, and looking at last year's, we generated $255,220. We will exceed that $255,000.
And that's great, but does that take into account, the fuel that's required and the wear and tear on the vehicle? And it's great that that's projected, but there's more than one. The number's more than one-sided. And does that incur any overtime costs because somebody's on a detail, and does it drive the overtime costs on the other end? I mean, those are all questions.
I completely agree, sir. Well, the overtime costs are paid by the construction company. And yes, I think that's where the fee comes in. You charge $25 an hour for construction detail just for the car. And that, there's obviously fuel charges for the vehicle being at the construction site and wear and tear, and that does play a role into it, sir.
So Sean, from a fee schedule perspective, when was the last time that $25, when was the last time that fee was adjusted? Because that seems awful cheap per hour for a vehicle. Nowadays, I mean, I remember when we adopted that. It's maybe something, I maybe if we don't have an answer, maybe it's something to look at, because $25 per hour seems very, very below what I would consider.
But he's not doing anything,
It is.
flashing its light.
It's idling.
Mr. President?
And they don't, when they give us information, they go, we might ask, well, how many miles does this have on it? Well, the vehicle has 60,000 miles, but it has X amount of hours and X amount of idle time and that's figured into it. So, and that was part of the initial formula when we came up with that policy. But as far as I know, that was years back. I'm just saying, maybe it's something that should be looked at.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I couldn't see if you could see me. I was
No,
gonna
I cannot see you kind of like it that way, Dennis.
Well, I can also turn you off, so. Hey, I had the same questions on that. Is this number that you're talking about here reflective of the expenses taken out?
It
No,
is,
that's the revenue for billing the company to have a car idle.
Right, but okay, so it doesn't include the expenses.
No.
Okay.
So,
it's
and
kind of
I
that-
believe we can
when
look
you're
at the
showing numbers
year.
like this, we probably should look at, because we're saying we're going to use this money to kind of, pay for these cars, but we're not just paying for the cars with this, we're also paying for the detail, the people working. And I was also going to ask about the last time we looked at this rate, because National Grid is raising my rates all the time, and they are putting a burden on our neighborhood. So I would hope that they have a special rate. So I don't know. I agree. Do we know when the last time we increased the rate?
I know it was when Chief Basari was here. I will get the year. That's easy enough to find out.
Yeah, it's a good question. We can figure that out, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I think just going back, we are funding this purchase with money from the Rescue Wagon Fund. I think what we're just highlighting is that we also have a significant revenue stream in the general fund that also, while it may not be, again, since we're buying from the Rescue Wagon Fund, it's not directly applied to the vehicles, but it is coming into the fund to offset not only the cost of operating the vehicle, but the cost of owning the vehicles. So.
Yeah, and Sean, when you get those numbers, I would be interested in what the actual costs are, in regards to, okay, we're doing $25 an hour, we're charging that amount. And then, what is our actual cost that comes out of that? I mean, for the pay, the depreciation of the
So
car.
the pay for the individual is billed in addition.
The cars we're buying now, I'm sorry?
If I go out and do a
Yeah.
detail, you pay $25 for the car,
Uh-huh.
and then you pay another fee for me
Yeah.
to be there and stand there. So that's billed separately.
Okay. All right, cool. I'd like to, if you show me those, I'm just interested in those numbers. And again, some of our fees, I think we sometimes lose sight on and we don't update them quick enough. And I just think things are increasing in cost and there's a lot of detail out there. And, these cars that we're looking to buy now will be eventually out on those details. So thank you for your help.
I have a question. Mrs. Santos, go ahead. Sorry.
Chief, it's Mr. Santos again. Quick
It's 8
question.
o'clock.
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, that's Terry's computer saying it's 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay. These new cars, are they going to be on the road or are they going to be assigned to someone else? That's
No.
question number one.
Question number one, yes, ma'am, these vehicles will be on the road.
All right. Then question number two, are we going to see more Middletown police cars on our local roads, not on West or East Main Road?
Is this a budget question?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just checking.
The answer to that question is yes. If you talk to people in the neighborhoods, they should be seeing the patrol cars in the neighborhoods as well before the summer season here. So I know they're out there. I've had people approach me on that. So I'm always open to suggestions, but yes, they will be in the neighborhoods, ma'am.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. Anybody have any further questions of Chief Kua? Okay. Let's talk about, while we have Chief Kua, let's talk about interns.
Do you want to talk about the utility vehicle?
Oh, yeah, the utility vehicle. I'm
Because I
sorry,
think that's
yes.
his next slide.
And one of those vehicles is the administrative vehicle, right?
3 patrol cars, 1 unmarked administrative.
Just for the record, I'm good with the 3 patrol cars. I'm not good with the administrative vehicle. Go ahead. ATV, UTV.
Okay. So this is something that, you know, when I got here and looked at the beach operations, you know, one of the other complaints that I got from the beach is visibility. We've been using the old Gator, which is really not adequate for the job that we do at the beach. This UTV would be a 12-month asset. So what I did was, and this is kind of new because as a result of last month before the CIP, after the CIP was completed, they did release some JAG fund grants. So this particular UTV would be utilized by both the fire and police departments. And it is a baseline model, and it's the cost of the UTV is $19,370. Equipment and markings are another $4,500. That's to have a PA system on it and lights, markings, equipment, block boxes, to be a full service vehicle, medical equipment, etc. The total cost of it is $23,000. And talking with the 100 Club of Rhode Island, they were very generous and want to help the PDs and the fire departments, and have donated $5,000 towards the purchase if we move forward with the procurement on that vehicle. Last month, they did release JAG funds, which is a federal grant that they have not released for over 2.5 years, almost 3 years. They just released the money. We were awarded $7,827. So bringing the cost down, and we would need funds from the rescue wagon funds to the tune of $10,808 to have a fully serviceable vehicle that is visible. Now, let me just direct your attention to the right. So over the last couple of years, we've had some significant incidences at Satchewis Point. So we've had we've had drownings, we've had people swept off the rocks, and that particular picture you're looking in the upper right was an incident that took place a couple of weeks ago on Satchewis Point, where a patient had fallen on some rocks and sustained significant injuries. We keep our Gator at Satchewis Point in the garage there in the off season as well. Unfortunately, this time that Gator was being utilized. Not that it would have been better equipped to handle the situation, because the new machine would be able to put a flatboard in it, and they'd be able to have the medical equipment on it, and it would be very well equipped. So as you can see by the fire department here, they have 2 people holding the end of the stretcher, and they use the golf cart to transport that lady off of Satchewis Points to an awaiting ambulance. So, you know, I know Paul has talked about it in the past and justifying, and the council is really good at justifying. I will not come to you with wants. These are needs that are going to provide essential emergency services to the beach and to our public and to our tourists that come and visit this area. And this would be an all-purpose vehicle that would be used by both, as I said, the fire department. It would be used at road races, special events, and it would be used 12 months out of the year. There's people after the beach season that are up there. Matter of fact, one of the drownings that happened 2 years ago was in the off season. And it's just a resource that is needed, and it's readily available. And it would be on a battery charger there in the off season. And even if it was used at any of the road races, that is a detail vehicle that would be subject to the $25 an hour as well to offset some of the costs. So when you look at it, it's not a want, it's a need. It's something that I think that both, and I believe Chief McCall would echo this, that they could have really used it 2 weeks ago. I want visible police vehicle on that's going up and down the beach. The gate is great, but it's green, it's old, it doesn't have the storage abilities, doesn't have a PA system to make announcements if someone's got a lost kid and they're transporting it, transporting the kid, trying to find its parents, trying to find their parents. So I mean, there's so many uses that we could have used it over the last 3 years. And I think I know it's a significant purchase, but it's something that would get utilized. This isn't something that's going to sit around. This is something that's going to get utilized, that's going to provide vital services to how we do our job and the fire department. So I'll take any questions on that if you have it.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
So Sean, remember when the fire department came to us for a purchase several years back? And the example they used was going on a golf course trail. If somebody got injured on the golf course trail.
Mhm.
Did we make that purchase?
We purchased a brush truck.
Yep.
So that was the replacement. We were replacing the brush truck.
But that's what they stated, that this could get on the golf course. It could be used for this type of need right here. That Bill's referring to, because I got to be honest with you, Bill, with all due respect, you'll never sell me on. I'm one vote, but you'll never sell me on a UTV like this. Not for that cost or for the need, really. I mean, I just don't see it as justifiable. I'm not a policeman, but I think I got a lot of common sense where we have a brush truck. They sold us that. I know you weren't here at the time. Again, it was to get on the golf course. If there was the golf course trail, if there was an incident there, I don't know why we couldn't use that truck for this. Council Welch.
Thank you. I have a question for the chief, and that is there a cage that can go on the back for unleashed dogs that they get on the beach?
So
I'm kidding.
I'm glad you brought that up, but there is, our ACO has been on the Gator this week, and he would also have access to this as well as other personnel that work within the fire and police departments. And, it's just, to me, I think it's essential. I can't see a brush truck with policing up and down the beach. I think that, there's certain areas where you have on any July 4th weekend or busy weekend where you have thousands of people on the beach. There's some tactical gear that goes in that machine as well that I think is essential for the safety of people should something bad at the beach happen. So I just think it gives me a little bit of angst at night. And I know my opinion, Paul's opinion differs than mine, but I see the usefulness in it. I look at the incidences that have happened over the last 2 years that we could have used something like this for. And it's going to be a presence. People are going to see that. They're going to see the markings on it. They're going to know it's police and fire. And I think visibility is a key point in this.
And just half the time, you're not going to be able to use it if it's high tide. It just doesn't make sense that we've had, for how long we've been, doing beaches and all this stuff. And, now we need a Polaris $4,000 vehicle to go up and down the beach or whatever, Bill. I'm sorry. I just, the 3 cruises I can support, I can't support this or the administrative vehicle. Council Logan.
Good evening, Chief. If this purchase is made, what happens to the current vehicle that you use to patrol the beach?
The Gator would be repurposed to beach staff. So they would be able to use it for barrels, for cleanup, and there's numerous beach functions that Will Cronin and his staff could utilize the Gator for.
So just to add to this discussion, so the fire department is providing staffing at the beach during peak weekends. We started that last year, and that was really well received. So because of the reliability of the Gator that we have, it would actually get redeployed to the fire department, and they have a back that they can insert into the back of the Gator. So right now, there's a picture on Facebook of the police Gator. It has an attachment where there's 2 seats where you can put 2 people. That would be removed, and we would put in the back that the fire department utilizes. So that would be primarily where it would be used, and we would try to maintain that at a high level of reliability so that they can respond to calls of service on those busy weekends.
So we'd have two of them down there.
No, we would, I think, again, the fire department's not going to be running around on the beach. It will be there with the life-saving equipment they need to respond to someone who needs assistance on the beach. This is equipped, this would be used by the police department. So two different purposes.
We do. Okay, Councilor Flynn, I can't see you, but Karen's telling me you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Karen. Just a quick question. These trucks, so they can only go on hard sand, the brush truck and the UTV. Is that what I'm hearing? Can the brush truck go on sand or hard sand?
Chief McCall would be able to answer that. I can't answer that question. I don't have enough information on the brush truck.
Okay, I have another question for you,
If it's
Chief.
four-wheel drive, it can.
Okay, just hard sand or soft and hard?
When I worked at the beach, we had old truck 10, which was an old International. It had regular small truck tires on it. We use it on soft sand and hard sand.
Okay. Also, so Chief, if the decision is to not fund this vehicle, what happens to the donation and the JAG grant funds? Can either of those be used towards the other vehicles that we need?
Well, the donation would have to be returned because it was earmarked for a vehicle, which, if we were to go through the purchase of this, we would have to have the 100 Club logo on it to support the 100 Club. So that would have to be returned. We would have to return the 5,000. We would still maintain the JAG grant funds and use them for some other equipment purchase.
Other equipment, not vehicles?
They could probably be used for vehicles as well. That's 7,827. It could.
Okay, thank you.
Council Welch.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand this. There's a $20,000+ vehicle that's being suggested here. Found funding for more than half of it. The remainder comes out of the Rescue Wagon Fund, which does not impact the taxpayer. And the beach is probably or I don't know where you want to put it in the revenue generating things that we have in town. A lot of people go there. It's packed. This is a way to show presence and make the beach experience better. It's certainly better from a firefighting standpoint. You might tell me that a four-wheel drive truck can ride on soft sand, and it can if you don't stop.
No, did it for years.
No, okay. What? You never got stuck on the beach?
I'm not saying we never got stuck.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
But we used it regularly. We used to have barrels on the beach.
oh yeah.
We picked up every barrel and we only got stuck if we were screwing off with it.
Okay, but typically, that's what that thing's made for. And if we were going to impact the taxpayers because of it, then I would have a problem with it. But the way this is set up, and if Mr. Brown's telling us that the Rescue Wagon Fund can support these purchases and it helps our level of service, I am all for it.
I understand that. I don't agree with it because those dollars, whether they're tax generated dollars or not, can be used for other things to help reduce the budget. That's what they can be used for.
How can the Rescue Wagon Fund be used to reduce the budget?
We can reallocate the councils. It's only council restricted.
I don't know.
That's all it is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's just toy after toy after toy.
I don't
If
think
it's
fire
needed,
trucks and police cars are
I'm not
toys.
saying those. I'm just saying something like this.
We
Mr.
use it.
Mr.
Go ahead,
President.
Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess one of my questions is, could this, because I agree with both of you. I think that if we draw down from the Rescue Wagon Fund, that simply reduces the collection of funds that we need for those upcoming fire vehicles that we know are coming due, probably sooner than we are going to be ready with the lease schedule potentially. However, and I agree with Councilor Welch about the needs on the beach, and if it's a beach purchase, could it be considered? Because I do think that it was a great effort by the chief to get half of it paid for. And could it come out of Park and Recs, Mr. Brown? The 10,000.
It could, but my recommendation is that it come out of the rescue wagon fund. The Parks and Rec fund is already stressed. Trying to change the business model. It's not entirely designed for capital purchases. The second thing is that, as proposed, the utility vehicle would be used year round. It wouldn't be supported from the seasonal revenue of the beach. So again, at an $11,000 contribution, my recommendation to the council is that the money comes from the rescue wagon fund.
Thank you.
Just keep in mind the compounded costs and the long-term costs of maintenance with this thing being in the sand and everything else. They're not designed for that. They're not.
Yeah,
Not in sand, they're not. Look what the sand does to the beach tractor and every other vehicle we have down
no
there.
question about it, but they are made to
Yeah.
drive on sand.
They are made to drive on it, not for the exposure to the sand and what the sand does to the vehicle. I mean, we got fire, $600,000 fire trucks, chassis rotten at the fire station when nothing's being done about it. And then here's another example of a vehicle that's just gonna it's not made for that environment, salt water and stuff like, it's just not made for that. So all I'm saying is just think about the longer term cost to it. And now it's another vehicle to replace.
From the rescue wagon fund.
They're all Middletown dollars, Mr. Welch.
I have one last question.
Yes.
And this is for the chief. Chief, you mentioned the 100 Club and that the logo would go on this vehicle for their donation. I'm actually not sure what 100 Club is, and where would it be proposed to be? How big would this logo be?
Oh, it would be it wouldn't take over the whole machine. It would just be, funds have been donated to support this purchase of this vehicle. The 100 Club of Rhode Island is a nonprofit organization that raises money for police and firefighters that have been killed in the line of duty for their families. So they do a lot in the public safety community here. Mr. Torino from the 100 Club actually approached me at a meeting, at a chief's meeting, and we were discussing some things, and asked that let me bring this to the board because I think it's a valuable tool that you guys could utilize. And the board elected to go ahead with the donation, and it is there if we do go ahead and purchase this.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any further questions about the utility vehicle request?
Mr. President, it's
Okay.
Dennis. I have
Yes, Mr. Toronto.
I do want to mention that, again, the utilization of this, I understand year round, things along those lines, but there has been a couple of cases that some beaches have had a utility vehicle and just found that when the beaches are full of people, driving this down the beach, when Second Beach is at capacity, you're not going to drive this down the beach. I mean, there's people blanket to blanket. So, if we still got to have that service, the policemen on the beach, they're going to be walking basically, because again, this is a vehicle that, again, we're going to have insurance on it, which obviously we always have insurance on our cars and things, but I just want to bring that out, that maybe we look at the scenario and how much we're actually going to be able to get this thing on the beach, again, when that beach is full and the tide is high, I don't see us using it.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Is it okay if we turn the discussion to the interns, proposed interns?
Yep, absolutely.
While we have the chief and the purpose of the interns and the dollars related to that, Sean, and where those dollars come out of, maybe they come out of the rescue fund too. I don't know.
Bill, Chief, if you could walk through the interns.
Sure. The proposal for the 6 interns are public safety interns. There's a lot of PDs that actually have intern programs, Narragansett, Jamestown, Westerly.
Bill, if you could speak slower, just because it is hard to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me move this closer. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. But
So
go slow.
the public safety interns are instituted at several police departments here in Rhode Island. Westerly has them, Jamestown and Narragansett. And basically they're twofold. They augment our ordinance enforcement and security and safety down the beach, and as well as enforcing all parking ordinances, short-term rental ordinances. I could see these interns being used for. And secondly, and even as important, is it kind of gives us a way to groom people or college students that have an interest in law enforcement, right? So law enforcement is going through a tough time right now with our recruitment. And this is a way that we can further enhance our recruitment efforts to get people that are interested in law enforcement to work in the community with our police department in our community, and really say, that's how I started. I started as a summer police officer on the Cape. Aspirations of being a police officer, working in public safety, and I got to tell you, that's why I'm here today. I mean, I loved it, and I had role models at that police department that allowed me to get my feet wet, and I think it's a vital program that could benefit our community, particularly with the ordinance enhancement. There's no doubt that I think they will provide a significant role in reducing our complaints and ensuring better compliance with our ordinances.
Sean, where does the funding come for this?
I'm going to let Mark answer that only because I'm not certain if anything got allocated.
That's on the tax rate.
It's what?
It's in the tax rate.
It's built, it's going to be built into this tax rate. So once it's built in, it's in. Right?
As long as the program
As long as the
exists.
program exists.
So what is the total amount? I know that we
It's in
have,
the police salary.
no, but it was on the roll forward schedule of what the program is.
42.
Were you looking for that and ask a question?
Yes, Mrs. Santos.
These interns, are they going to replace the police officers that are at the gate during the beach?
No, ma'am, they will not. So they-
So we're going to have interns and we're going to have police officers down at the beach.
They're going to augment the staffing, police staffing that we already have at the beach.
So Bill, what will they be doing at the beach?
So they'll be visible, they'll be providing information to any people that ask questions. They'll be doing ordinance enforcement for parking, also at like Taggart's Ferry, Pebbly Beach, all the parking areas that we have problems with around Tuckerman, Esplanade. They all,
So I have to ask this. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just can't help it. So why can't the police do that? Why aren't we doing? I mean, it's just, we're like subsidizing what we should be doing already.
well, we are doing it. I think that just due to the volume of complaints that we get with dogs on the beach, I mean, on any given weekend, we have 4 officers down there for second and third beach and to cover, and it's an awful lot of area to cover to enforce all the parking with all the areas in town. So these would be more people on the beach, boots on the ground, that can do more ordinance enforcement to make a safer environment for our beaches and to clean up some of the parking areas where we're having chronic problems.
Just you know, you and I just aren't seeing eye to eye tonight, I guess. I don't know. And that's okay. I just, I worked at that beach for 10, 11 years, whatever it was, and I'm very familiar with it, and you can only fit so many cars. It's not like the parking has increased down there. I do agree that the presence on the beach with drinking and stuff like that would certainly help. As far as the dog complaint goes, we had, I think, 14 complaints or 15 complaints, and 14 of them came from one person. So that, to me, that's just not, I get it. We all got the email this week. I'm sure everyone saw it about the resident that's not happy about the complainant down the beach. But anyway, we had asked when we did the beach committee, that beach subcommittee a few years back, Bill, before you were here, that the officers, we wanted X amount of officers at the beach to help with the drinking and actually on the beach and the presence. And was that not successful?
We did. It was successful. But so let's talk about staffing a little bit. So this summer, we have a large amount of staff that are going out on medical. And with that, when somebody wants to work the beach, we select volunteers. And then if we don't get any volunteers, we have to order back people. And, with the amount of staff that we have to order them back. And it becomes trying for the guys because they're getting ordered so much. And it's a busy season. They're up for the task. But the other issue on this is that, recruitment is a big thing for us. I mean, we've run recruiting campaigns, and, we've done the last campaign, we did 12 college campuses, and we only had, 34 applicants. So this is a way for, as I said, to help with our recruitment and getting local people and local kids that want to have aspirations of being a Middletown police officer. So it also helps with that as well. And then the other aspect of that too is that we've talked about short-term rentals. So 2 of the 6 would be dedicated with zoning to help enforce those at proactive times on the weekends and the Friday and the Saturday nights. So they would also assist zoning enforcement with that as well for our short-term rentals. And to date, and you all know, I think we have about 200 short-term rentals registered as of last week. And we're expecting a big season this year. Everybody, short-term rentals are big business right now, especially with COVID and people being out of work. So people getting creative and leaving their houses to supplement their income. So,
well, I mean, if these interns are going to be primarily 4 of them working at the beach, shouldn't they come out of the beach fund and not the general fund, not the tax rate?
We can make that adjustment. It can come out of either place.
I get it. I get the request, and I understand it, but I just, all these extras, who can afford this?
Mr.
That's
President?
those are I'm talking, I'll be right with you.
Yep, I thought you were done.
Okay.
Hello?
So can you not hear me?
It just sounded like a long enough pause that you were done.
Oh, well, you know me, I like to take a breath and think about what I'm about to come out of this mouth.
It's a good thing.
So I just want you to think that. I mean, I get a lot of these things sound good. And again, these things are going to compound. We just had a reval. Things are expensive. Food's going up. Everything's going up. How do Middletown residents afford all of this? We need to think about that. Some of us that probably do okay are okay with it. And you might not like it, but you're okay. I can do that. Oh, I can do the $126. But all this stuff just adds up and it compounds. And we can say it's this fun and that fun. At this point, it's not beginning not to be fun for me, because it's just, we have to maintain the affordability. Not today, down the road as these compound. We need to look beyond what's in front of us today. That's all I'm saying. Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a great solution, and I think our residents actually asked for this, just like they asked for the expansion of the fire department. Residents came to us in quantity about enforcing the ordinances for their quality of life, which was being hampered. This is a pilot program. We don't have to fund it again. I believe in the video that the chief has posted that it's going to be evaluated. I think it's a great idea to match the funding with the area of enforcement. So if the Park and Rec / Beach Fund is more appropriate for 4 of them. But I do think that having, 12 boots on the ground is what's been missing. And I think our residents did ask for that. And I believe, as a matter of fact, I had a resident ask me a question today. I sent it to the chief to see if these interns will be able to actually write tickets. And the answer was yes. So this is a direct enforcement, and it seems like it's answering a need and a cry for that service.
Well, okay. I mean, I haven't had one resident ask me about interns, so I just don't know where that came from. It all came out of the short-term rental discussion when we started talking about enforcement issues. That's where it became. And then now the chief sounds like he has some staffing issues going on down there, police department for whatever reasons. And these are going to hopefully supplement those. At the end of the day, you still need the police to make the arrests, to make the enforcement. So, I mean, you want to add the extra dollars to the tax rate, go right ahead. I'm not going to support it.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
I get
problem.
caught up in myself for the
That's all
moment.
right. I know.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. How long is it going to take to train these interns? Are they going to be ready for the summertime?
Well, the process, the training program would be 3 days prior to the start of the season. Obviously, with us getting so late in the season, we are looking to start, once approved, we would have to go through the candidates, post it, and then get candidates and start getting candidates in. And then we would start with a 3-day training. Obviously, we're getting late into the season here, and it probably would not start, if approved, until the middle of June.
Middle of June. All right, it's going to be an ad put out in the paper. They're going to be interviewed. Who's going to do the interviewing?
The police department would do the interviews, ma'am.
All right. As our president talks about back years, I can remember when going back a few chiefs ago, we had 2 police officers walking the beach in their Bermuda shorts. And we had 2 police officers at the gate. There were 4 officers at one time down the beach, not what it is now, mostly at the gate. In current years, how many police officers have walked the beach?
Usually there's posts down there, ma'am. So there's one at Surfer's End, there's one at the main gate, there's one dedicated to Second Beach on the beach, and there's one dedicated to Third Beach.
Do they actually walk the beach?
Yes, they do. And they ride the gator on the beach as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of Chief Cure and the request for interns? Oh, thank you, Chief. Appreciate your participation this evening.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Does any councilors have any other questions about any other portions of the budget that they'd like to bring up and discuss?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Council Logan.
Maybe an explanation of the FTEs that were requested, Mr. Brown. I did get a couple of calls from residents asking me why we're adding FTEs when we have open heads and positions available. So maybe just a brief explanation in the public forum for people to understand why the FTE request is there.
Sure. If you can, there's 2 slides for that. So I've made a quick list of the areas in which we've been having challenges with providing resources with the zoning enforcement officer. And these are areas that exist with or without the vacancy. So currently we staff the office with 1 zoning enforcement officer. So with an FTE of 1, these are the areas that we need assistance with. So one thing that we talked about it, and these are alphabetized, so there's no preference order or any, that's the rationale, they're alphabetized. There were a couple of items that were identified the other night by the council or prioritized that's still in process that will require man hours related to the full build out analysis. There's efforts to monitor wells and water quality issues. Those are activities that, meeting with the planner and the building official today, could be staffed by an additional information within this office. Talking with the current and prior building officials, one of the areas that we are not as proactive as we should be in is ADA compliance and inspections that are required throughout the community, which will become more important as our community ages. There are certain type of inspections that the zoning enforcement officer can help with, like fences and sheds and things like that, that are relatively simple, mostly, referencing whether there's an anchor point or a setback, but those are the type of things that they can handle, which would allow the building inspection staff to address. An area of concern of mine, and we just can't figure out where to, address it, is inspection of private stormwater systems. We have stormwater systems throughout the community that require inspection and enforcement, which has not been done. We need to put a program in place to do that. That's something that we discussed when we were looking at the stormwater utility. And by having 2 zoning enforcement officers, that's an area that we can make real improvements. It would help improve our stormwater quality, and we'd be able to do that by requiring people who have created these systems to maintain their own systems. Just as a side note, one of the things that zoning also does is they do the inspections for grease traps right now. So they have other functions other than zoning. Something that's come up from prior councils, which is on our radar, is looking at long-term compliance reviews of zoning board decisions. The zoning board makes decisions on different developments. We've talked about having some sort of a cycle count of inspections to go back and make sure people are actually complying with the zoning decisions that have been made by the zoning board. We have a number of minimum housing matters that come up. That's actually an issue that ultimately gets decided on by the building official, but given shortages at time, I've actually myself gone out to meet with people that have complaints about their minimum housing issues. And that's important because, essentially we have a lot of non-owner occupied homes within the town. So that is a matter, that is an issue that we can better address. Plan review is an ongoing issue. There's work to do there. We've obviously, and I think where a lot of this discussion generated from is the short-term rental issues, but we also know that conversely, on the other side of short-term rentals are college rentals, as short-term rental operators try to keep the house occupied the other 8 or 9 months of the year. So having someone that can work, as an example, with the deans of housing at Salve Regina would help that out. And I think the goal of having someone who knows who's renting the short-term rentals as opposed to where the college kids are, we'd be able to, within town hall, resolve a lot of the issues that come up before we have to rely on the boots on the ground. Sidewalk maintenance, this includes snow removal as well as weeds and other matters. As people continue to walk, I get more complaints about sidewalks. And this is an area that the zoning additional person can help with. Give a hoot, to quote Councilor Toronto, trash and litter is an ongoing issue that also bubbles over to the coyote complaints that we receive. And lastly is zoning board administration, just helping putting packets together, reviews and things like that, so the zoning board can be more efficient. So, I think, again, the short-term college rental issues is how this discussion started. But there has been a lot of discussion about the need for additional compliance. And there is other work in that office that should be better addressed. And with having 2 individuals to do that, I think we can do a much better job. That's zoning. So if you can go to the slide on public works.
Mr. Brown, how soon is this going to be advertised?
You approved it, so it is being advertised, I
On
believe.
the web?
It should be, yes.
All right.
So Cassandra's advertising it, and if the second position is not funded, then we'll remove it. Public Works is a proposal to add 2 FTEs to the program. the two extra bodies will provide an enhanced ability for ourselves to complete projects internally and not rely on contracts to do the work with outside agencies or outside organizations. The current level of staffing is insufficient to schedule routine maintenance. This isn't actually an issue that came up from the Open Space and Fields Committee, but with limited staffing and our current sort of management where we're often sort of putting out fires, it's extremely difficult to establish a regular level of maintenance or a service level at our properties throughout the town. So having additional FTEs would help us do that. Just pointing out, and I think Tom O'Loughlin had mentioned, done a presentation about this in the past. It's really two pieces. As we've continued to develop as a community, we haven't added additional bodies to Public Works. The department has not gotten larger over time. Also, as we've added open space and recreation facilities, also, again, we haven't added FTEs to maintain those facilities. So we continue to stretch the human resources that we have further. We have the new stormwater systems and regulations. We struggle to keep the vacuum truck out, cleaning out catch basins, which goes back to the litter program, trying to remove not only the sand and other material like that, but also the cigarette butts, wrappers from candy and things like that out of the stormwater system. But it does take a couple people to run that truck, and we do have new regulations and things that we have to maintain, new stormwater structures. The spring workload and the beach, I know those are things that are always here, but that amount of work overwhelms the department. And finally, and this is just sort of the last bullet I have, winter operations. We have 16 routes. We have 16 drivers, which includes the 2 mechanics. So if anyone's out, then we're short on routes. As soon as we're done with the routes, we're on to sidewalks in the community, which takes a considerable amount of time. So instead of having 24 or 48 hours dealing with a storm, that's now become 4 and 5 days of work. So the winter operations has become much different than it was prior to addressing the need to get people safely down a roadway and not have them walking in the road. And lastly is just with the snow is also take care of the town properties. If we're going to enforce the ordinance to businesses, we have the maintenance of the town properties. And again, that just adds additional workload. So again, I think overall Public Works, I would hope everyone can see it. It is staffed at a very low level. Adding 2 bodies is going to help in these areas. And, in many ways, and I'll just, use the winter operations, just trying to deal with the sidewalks. It's a long haul, and I know there are people in the room that plow snow, but, they're basically a captive audience until those sidewalks are cleared. And that's a much different environment than just having to plow and sand, as an example. But again, the town has grown, the department hasn't. And that's why we're proposing the 2 FTEs. It's long been discussed. And when we were looking at the budget again, looking at where the town's budget was, again, looking at that sort of 2% number, we can fit the 2 FTEs into the budget. So that's where the proposals came from.
Mr. President?
Mrs. Santos.
Mr. Brown, I'm curious. Quite a few council meetings ago, especially during the winter time, our vice president made a statement that there is a list that the elderly and people who cannot afford to clean their sidewalks can get on that list. And
Yes.
apparently you have it.
It's in my office, correct?
It's in your office. Okay. If it wasn't for a very kind, generous man, 2 sisters who could not clean their sidewalks, they would be fined. But this gentleman stepped up to the plate and he cleaned the sidewalks in the driveway for them. So they have a list, and how did they get on this list?
That will be formalized this summer on how that program's going to work. It's something that I need to discuss with one of the departments and to use the new website to put together a policy and an application for it. So it will be out hopefully by the time we get the tax bills out, because typically we issue a notice about sidewalks. The first notice we issue annually is with the tax bills. So we would want to get those people to sign up and again, look at age, medical conditions, and if there's an economic challenge. And there's a lot of good models for that. But the bottom line is we have sidewalks in the community, and I think that's something the council's promoting. We talked last year at this time during the budget about, the complete streets. It's actually a policy that we have adopted. And if we're going to have sidewalks and people are going to walk, then they have to be clear. And I know the police chief is on. We've issued a lot of tickets. Wendy can attest to that with municipal court, as well as the solicitor. We have issued a lot of tickets to people who haven't shoveled their snow. And I think culturally, I go home by the West Main Road, the roads, the sidewalks are clear and people are able to not be in the roadway. I think we're making progress, and it's becoming part of the culture in Middletown to make those pathways, clear those pathways.
Thank you.
Council Welch.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I'm looking at Sean's slide there, and I think he mentioned open space meeting. And I think I at least said one of the issues was residents were complaining about Demery Park. And once it was established, it had beds and, all sorts of stuff, and it was very nice. But since then, the town has been unable to maintain it. And I think I said that it's because they purely don't have enough people then to run the grass over. That is it. So they are stretched that thin. So that came from me. And I also know that during storms, I don't know how many routes there are. Sean said 16 routes or whatever there are, but there is just enough trucks for the right amount of routes, and the mechanics are actually driving the trucks to plow. So a truck goes down, somebody's got to get off a route and go fix the truck. And as someone who plows snow in the winter, for what it's worth, there's a stark difference from Middletown to Newport. Middletown does a fantastic job. And then when I have to go into Newport, it is awful. I don't know, people probably don't pay attention to that, but yeah, they do a great job. And lastly, there's certainly, as we develop stormwater base, catch basins and everything else, just the number of streets increase. So again, this to me looks to be a problem that we've had for a while. The town continues to grow. Services are leaned on harder, and we're not giving them the tools or the people that they need to keep up with it. So I, again, am on board with this.
Okay. John, how many full-time people do we have at Public Works currently?
Bob's on the phone, so I might just pull him in. I want to say there's 16 plus the director and Lisa, so 18 total. Mark. 18, so 16 employees, the director and the assistant. Okay.
Okay. Can we bring the public person in, please?
Good evening.
Bob, we're going to, good evening. We're going to, we have someone in the public that would like to make some comments, okay?
Sure.
Just hang tight, please. Okay, so if you could just state your name and address for the record, that'd be great. And unmute, please. Can you hear us?
He's muted.
You have to unmute. What does it say, Karen? Yeah, it's not giving us your name, and that's okay. But if you can hear us, you just need to unmute. You are muted currently.
Yeah, the red thing is up. He's muted. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try in a few minutes. If you just have to, what is it, star six? Star six to unmute. Okay. Bob, so there's currently 18 full-time employees.
Well, there's 17 right now, including the director, but the director's not, an actual worker. He's, directs the department. We have 17 people, 16 full-time employees, and a clerk dispatcher. That makes the 17.
Okay. Does that include the sewer department?
Yes, it does. That's the complete department. Sewer department, Parks and Rec, and Public Works.
How many are in sewer department?
Four full-time employees.
Okay. And how many in Parks and Rec full-time?
2.
2. Okay, so out of the 17, 6 of them, so that leaves 11 for
Yes.
DPW work?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Historically, Sean, do we have any numbers going back, 6, 8, 10 years on the staffing levels there?
We can get those.
And what changed?
Right.
And the reason I asked that, because when I worked there in the late 80s or early 90s, we had about the same staff.
It's different now.
Yeah, we did a lot of projects too, in-house projects. We had 2 different groups going on at the same time. Do we have, how many part-time seasonal employees do we have?
We have 2. We are unable to attract other part-time staff right now, which is,
Okay.
I think, a challenge for a lot of employers. And
Yeah,
employees,
okay.
maybe.
Does anybody have any questions about Council Logan?
Yeah, just real fast. So if I understood you correctly in the current staffing, we haven't added a new FTE to Public Works in how many years?
I'm not sure. I'm going back 30 years. I'm going back 30 years when I was there.
So
It was structured a little bit different because the sewer department had 2 guys in it. That was it. They would go around, check the pump stations, any work needed, and after that, they'd come out and spend the rest of the day doing whatever the director had them doing. Now there's 4 dedicated people just to the sewer department, so it kind of took away years back away from that. They've had it like that for probably 15 years at least, I would imagine.
So they've shifted their resources around to meet needs, but we've never
Correct.
given them an extra set of hands.
Well, I think when people
Satisfy
left,
needs.
we've replaced some people when they left.
So yeah, no, when you have an open head count, you normally just
Right,
replace it. This
right.
is a net new ask, but
Right. One of the things I don't see in Public Works is I don't see, and maybe it's because I'm not on the island all the time, all day. There used to be a crew that would go take care of drainage. They replaced certain manholes that needed to be replaced or fixed or repaired. A lot of them were built underneath with bricks that would hold the steel structures, and that the cover would fit into, that kind of thing. There was 2 different groups that did projects in-house, and we had one guy, he would just go around, pick up litter.
That's right.
And so, yeah, so, I think that, it's nice to have. I'm not working there. Maybe there is a need. I'm not seeing it. That's just me, only because we just need to keep in mind that with all these requests, taxpayers are coming off COVID too. So it's just me thinking out loud, and it's just timing, and there's an awful lot of requests here that cost money, and they're not going to go away once they're in. So I just want to say that. Anyway, that's pretty much what I have to say. Maybe we could try and attract more part-time individuals for grass mowing or for Parks and Rec that could do some of these things, Just some thoughts. I just see some issues where we're just adding staff, trying to make it better. And I think we have resources to do it already. That's just me. And I know things change. I get it. But you know, what I see changing is a lot of dollars that maybe taxpayers can't afford to do. You know, so Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. So to that, I say this, if it's been 30 years since anybody's been added to DPW, and I know you're making that up, ballpark, somewhere, it's been a long time.
The
How about that?
staffing levels, the number was
Yes.
about the same. And we might even been at 16, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
All right, but think about that and think about, let's go back to whenever that was and how many new roads are there? How many new developments and how many new roads? And
Not a lot,
Not a lot?
not a lot of new roads. I mean, how many new miles of road do we have?
I don't know, but if I went back to when you worked at DPW.
How much more snow do we have back then than we do now? You know, I mean, just take a look at things like that.
Yeah, but so my point is this, I understand if you just said, looking back 4 budgets ago and said that you've maintained a level of no more than 2% increase, just throwing that number out there, 2% increase. Because everything else, as you mentioned, food, medicine, heating, all the rest of it goes up as well. Well,
Mhm.
that happens on the town side too.
Mhm.
So the fact that somehow we got here without increasing the taxes for 4 years,
Yes.
when if you did 2%, which probably would have been looked at reasonably for most part of it, we got away cheap. Now, I mean, I know there's a lot of asks, but it's because it hasn't been done. We need to get back to a reasonable level. I'm just
Understood,
telling you
but
where I'm coming from.
understood. A lot of these are new requests, though.
A new request for new people or new trucks or new staffing because it hasn't been done along the way.
We never had interns. They're new requests. Interns are new.
I know,
Okay.
but because we're growing, there's a need,
Okay.
there's more things to do.
You and I are going to disagree all day long, and that's healthy. Believe me.
Okay.
But, you know, so. Any you good?
Come on, Chris.
Yes, Mrs. Von Villis. No, okay. It's Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to let the council know, especially Councilor Santos, that the Rotary this last season also offered assistance with snow removal for the residents. So please, let's keep them in mind. You know, it's a resource that our residents, our needy residents could use. You know, I want to go back to the 2 things that I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about the budget, that we should not increase any more than is absolutely necessary because our community is coming off of COVID and a lot of people are burdened and suffering. And we need to provide every avenue of outreach to our citizens because of COVID. So I would like the staffing report for DPW over the last few years. I think that's a great idea. I'd also like the staffing report for the building department over the last year. Because I think that there have been consistently not less than half of the department vacant. I think there was 4 full-time employees and 2 have been missing almost for the whole last year. And I think that's part of the backlog of need. And once those are filled, I think that most of the things on this list will be able to be covered. You know, we just expanded the fire department. I really don't know that this is the year to expand town personnel on top of the backs of the taxpayer. You know, even though we haven't added bodies for DPW, it's my understanding that typically the practice has been, you know, to use our resources wisely financially is to hire those seasonal workers, those temporary workers, make sure that the level of service is there, but not to commit, you know, to, you know, the long-term full-time employee. So I would need to see the long-term need. You know, granted, you know, maybe some catch-up is necessary, and we need to, you know, meet the service need if it's necessary, because I don't want to raise taxes any more than we have to. I hope, you know, the council as a whole believes that. But if there's a need to do it temporarily and then assess if it's going to be a long-term, year after year after year commitment, that we need to, have our taxpayers fund. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Flynn. Does anybody else have any other questions? Dennis, do you had, Karen, do we have it? Is the resident still have their hand raised? Okay, let's try the resident again. Okay, can you hear us? Could you state your name and address for the record, please? If you can hear us? We're trying to get you in here. Everything's a go on our side, it looks like. You're unmuted. Your hand's raised and you're meeting all the above. We just can't hear you. We apologize for that. Okay. Sorry. Okay, does anybody have any other further questions of Bob Hanley from the DPW or any questions about DPW? No? Do you want to take a break? Okay. Motion to take a 5-minute recess, 10-minute recess.
Yeah.
10-minute recess.
Okay.
I'll agree with you on that tonight.
right. Hey,
All right.
you're getting
All
somewhere.
right, we have a
Maybe
motion
we
and
should
I'll
stay.
second that. Motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. No. Okay. Motion to reconvene.
Motion to resume. How about that?
That works too.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to resume. Okay. All in favor? Okay. So I know Councilor Toronto wants to talk about his outreach program. So Dennis, you prepared to talk about that now?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Toronto.
We do need to focus on where we're going to put our funds, just as we do in our homes, so I'm hoping that, it's a little bit of a lead into some more research we've been doing in regards to the need in our community today. It's been well recognized. We had a meeting with just recently with the Newport Community School and the Middletown Prevention Coalition in regards to the services that they're offering and what they're seeing out there. The service agencies that we have spoken with are seeing a real need for youths and adults today, and there's no question about that. Common needs are heard, so far is, transitional grades are things we've heard that these organizations need help with, especially in the 8th grade to the 9th grade. Talking with the Beyond the Bell, they've mentioned gaps in early childhood, backpacks to briefcase and for older students and the youth and also adults, after they get out of school, at high school and going to college or going into trade schools, help with leadership academies. And these are all things that are outside of the school day and for, more learning time to assist, to keep these kids up to speed. And with COVID, this has been exacerbated to a level that it's been recognized, even from a healthcare standpoint. So the more we look into this program, the more we see that we need a director, for autonomy and innovation programs to be filling these gaps, unique to Middletown. We talked with the Newport Community School. What a great organization. It's headed up by Tracy Shea. And that organization's been in place for almost 20 years. And if you haven't had a chance to explore that program, it's a very good program. And it said we're like on month 1 and you guys are on year 20. So I really feel there's a need today and we really need to fund this department. And, I'm sitting here listening about all the funding we're doing for all these other departments. And I want to speak up for the students and the residents of Middletown. COVID has had a major impact on our residents. And we need to focus on our most important resources, and that's our residents. So I'd like to ask that we fund this department so we can find a director who again can help us work on innovative programs and help fill the gaps for these agencies that are working with our youth today. And I'd like to ask to fund $95,000. I know Sean had put out over $200,000 for this department. That's not what we wanted. It's not what we asked for. What we would like to have is $95,000 into this fund. I've also talked with Newport Mental Health. They believe that there are grants that are going to be available because we will need more than 95 once this program gets rolling. But today I'd like to ask the town council to fund $95,000 so that we can find a director over the next month or two to help us start getting ready for the new year and working with these agencies to fill the gaps. So that's my ask, and I'd like to hear from the council and what their thoughts are.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Any councilors have any thoughts, opinions? I guess Council Von Villas does.
Yes, first of all, I want to commend Dennis for his attention to the needs of the kids, those who perhaps are not having all of their needs met. I am concerned about expenditure that doesn't result in measurable results. I do think that COVID has had a huge impact on K through 12 students across the board. And I guess maybe, I don't know, I feel as though some of the program that Dennis has been recommending, is related to societal kinds of things. But I'm more concerned at this point with academic losses that are taking place because of COVID. And while there certainly may be some validity looking at a larger program when we get past the problems of COVID, I think we have to focus now on solving those problems that are imminent for us, beginning as soon as the kids go back to school in September. So one of the things that I do want to say is this is my 50th year in working in education. And along the way, one of the side things that I did was for probably 5 or 6 years, I worked as a consultant for a Boston firm going into schools and assessing their programs. So I'm pretty familiar with the procedures involved with hiring consultants and the results, as I said, that come from that. My great observation with that kind of a relationship is that the consultants come in and they have great ideas and they look at the big picture. And I'm a big picture person, a strategic planning person. And so I do appreciate the fact that they come in, having done it myself, and look at an entire school district and find the issues and make recommendations. But the bottom line is, if there are any results, they're not results that are made by the consultants. They're results that come about because the school itself, the school district itself, implements those things that are recommended. So the consultant doesn't make any changes. The consultant basically just says, this is what you ought to do. And if the school department does it, they get decent results. And if they do it haphazardly, well, the result is the equivalent. So what I tried to do here was look at the big picture and focus on the fact that we are talking about COVID. It's not just kids who have needs, but it's the needs that are exacerbated by COVID, which is certainly causing uneven results in terms of student education. So what I have here is some recommendations coming from the perspective of a consultant, and maybe not for something that costs a fortune if you went to a consultant, but you're going to get my services for free. So let's move on with that. I identified the problem. What can we do to promote student recovery from the academic losses and stresses after a year of COVID? What can we do? The problem: assess the levels of those losses. That's what we have to do first. We have to find out what the losses are, because they're not even. Some kids are getting well educated. Their parents are, especially those at home, they're getting everything that they need. And other students are not getting that. And we have to find out what the issues are. We have to evaluate the existing educational program for suitability. If we have kids coming in that are uneven in their skills, we have to look at what's in place now to see if it's effective, if it's suitable. And then we have to develop a strategic plan with a reasonable timeline that could result in measurable academic success. Next slide. How do we do that? We do that by creating a data-driven process. Data-driven. First, assessment. Within the first month of full return to in-person learning, administer a general testing program designed to assess student level of achievement. Tests would be developed by grade level teachers or teachers of the individual disciplines, not standardized tests. Those tests done by in-house people based on the existing curriculum of the student's previous placement. For example, grade 4 students would be tested relative to the grade 3 curriculum outcomes. What did they learn when they were supposedly in grade 3? Where are they at? Are they ready for grade 4? Based on the results, teachers would identify those students who would need support in order to catch up to grade level expectations. Or, in the case of academic disciplines, those students who would need support for academic recovery. What do? We develop a strategic plan and a timeline. What's the process? 1, assign oversight to a district administrator, an in-house person who would be responsible for all aspects of the program. 2, evaluate the data with identification of student groups in needs of support. 3, contact directly those parents of students who demonstrate a need for support. And how would you do that? You do it by mailings, by the website, by media, and so forth, even phone calls. 4, reach out and recruit retired teachers or other community members with the academic skills needed to provide academic support. And finally, provide after-school classes intended to fill in the gaps and bring students up to grade level. That would be your process. What are the personnel needs? An administrator in charge, preferably the assistant superintendent, to oversee, direct, maintain the program, and evaluate progress. Teacher, grade level, academic discipline groups to develop initial assessments. Teaching and community staff for after-school classes. Costs, just the stipends for the administrator and the teachers. And the funding, the municipal budget, a contingency line entitled remediation program. The funds to be released on a schedule to be determined by the town and the school department. So in other words, here is a program, a long-range kind of program that looks at the whole program, the whole perspective. How do we solve the problems of the students who have lost or fallen behind academically because of COVID? Let's do that way at a reasonable cost, and let's address their needs ASAP.
Okay. Thank you, Council Von Villas. Well thought out.
Very good.
And I like the free of charge.
Yeah.
Yes, excellent. So any further comments, thoughts, concerns about Dennis, what Dennis proposing and what Barbara just came up with at some point and shared with us on a potential I don't know if it's a similar program, I guess, how I took it, but it's not a town
No.
department program.
No, it's not. It would be funded as needed and with clear goals. And one would base what took place on in-house people who would know what they were doing, know the kids, know what they were trying to achieve, identify very clearly. It's not based on standardized testing. It's based on assessment by the teachers, the current teachers in the classroom, to see where their kids are, what their needs are, how to fix them.
And those funds would be the school?
Well, we have
That's what we need to discuss.
It would be from a contingency fund maintained by the town, and the release of the funding as there was progressive, because there obviously we would have to give stipends to the teachers and so forth. And that would be released based on the need as agreed upon by the municipal and the school department,
Okay.
municipality.
Council Welch.
A simple question. Dennis and Barbara, are you guys on the same page? We're just talking about the same thing, a different way to fund it, different way to set it up, but we're after the same thing?
I can't speak for him, but my program, or what I'm proposing, is a little bit limited. It certainly is a takeoff from what he started with. But I think the issue right now is the losses from COVID. That's what we have to do, because our kids are going to come back to school in September, and they're going to be in-person classes, and there's going to be total, from the perspective of an educator, I can tell you, they're going to be from here to here. And the only way that and some of them are not going to be, they're going to be back here. And we need to bring them up to there so that we're moving forward again in terms of what we're trying to achieve. I think it's similar in some ways to what Dennis has been proposing, but I think his program is a little bit larger in terms of what he's trying to achieve. If in fact the situation were normal, but this is not a normal situation. So I think what we have to do is we have to attack the imminent problems before we get into the large scale problems. And we can do it within a reasonable amount of money, I think, without having to go broader and maintain the integrity of the system by keeping it here.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Von Villis, for being so thoughtful and offering your expertise. It's going to take every little bit of contribution, I think, to help those who are in the most needy and most vulnerable categories. And I think there are some differences in the municipal department that's being proposed. It's really to help support the existing programs, because what we, as through our interviews and research, we're finding that all of these programs, they have monies for certain things. For instance, I know the school department, they keep saying accelerated learning. So they are going to be addressing with the funds that they get that learning loss. But there's always a stipulation to some of these funds where they have to do it a certain way, or they have to focus on a certain thing. And the municipal department can be a little bit more flexible because it's municipal dollars. They can pivot faster, be more reactive to the needs of the community and those gaps. And, it's not just all about academics. What these students are going to be trying to retain. Some of the conversation that we had just on Tuesday was that the issue, one of the issues is just going to be having some of these students reconnect to school and a schedule, because, they're on their computers, and if they're not in the mood, they're just turning them off. It's going to be a whole nother relearning and embracing and getting used to, learning again. And it's not just students, the school department, they're focused on students. The municipal department, it's not just students. Yes, it's students, but it's the families of the students. It's the teachers in our community and in our school system. It's the seniors in our community, the businesses. Every adult's been impacted by COVID. And that's the outreach, I think, that we're trying to, like you said, a bigger picture. So I did want to throw in those 2 cents to make some clarity, and I'm sure Councilor Toronto can add. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to add
that-
just a little bit to that, Paul. Excuse me.
Sure.
Sorry about that. No, I appreciate Councilwoman Von Villas's slide presentation, and I think we're definitely in the same ballpark. Okay. We are targeted initially, I started this over 3 years ago, and a lot of it was going up to the lieutenant governor and talking with him about what he did in Cumberland. Okay. And it started off with us, just like we're saying, we want to get a program manager who can come in and help us build this program out. I don't have time to do it. The teachers don't have time to do it. They're doing their thing. They need needs help in the gap. Middletown Prevention Coalition, when we talked to Lori, she thought this was outstanding, and the things that she said we could help her with. We talked with the Newport Mental Health. They thought it was a great program. They actually offered to help us write grants to get funding for this. But we need somebody who's going to be directing this initiative and working on it full time. And that's the way it's going to work. If we as a council want to take it and start working it, it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to take forever. Okay. We need to move now. We are funding everything. We're asking for so much. And this is pointed directly to our children right now. Will it expand to the parent? I think it'll be the children and the parents, because the parents, are working with the kids. They've been home with the kids. They're going to have to mentor the children when they get home, right? This is a team effort. Parents need to be involved, and we need to target them as well. And it's not just education. It's physical fitness. It's health. And those are the areas, and we need a full-time programmer to work for it. That's why I'm asking for $95,000 into this department. And we as a town will be able to take the advice of this person that we get, and Mrs. Von Villas, if you want to be involved in helping interview this person, happy to have you on the team. But I feel this is the right way to go. I'm asking for the funding to get this program off the ground, get it shovel ready. We've heard that there's a lot of money coming in regards to helping with this COVID relief that we feel there's a high probability that money can also assist in funding this program. So that's my ask. I'm ready to go. I've been working on this for 3 years. I'm ready to go.
All right. I'm glad that you're ready to go. I mean, that's good. So, but I have some questions, Dennis. You and I had a conversation this past week about it. It certainly, when you look at it and you listen to you, it certainly sounds good. I know you're trying to pattern it after what now Governor McKee, then Lieutenant Governor, when he was the mayor of Cumberland did, and he actually came and spoke to us a couple years ago about this program. And I do have some concerns. I have funding, more details, structurally. We talked a little bit about that tonight. But the biggest concern I think I have is, besides the funding piece, is the redundancy with what the school already does. So how do you, it's like you both would be vying for the same type of student, just different funding sources. Unless I'm missing something. I know you said yours might have a little bit of adult. I think maybe some adult opportunities in your program. But it's almost like we're vying for the same type of program that's already happening. except for the town would control the dollars. So is that accurate or not accurate? Or, I mean, how do we work that out with the school? I mean, you know, if the school has a program, how do they know what program to go to? What's the difference in the programs, that kind of stuff?
Yes, well, again, we've been researching this in regards to that was one of we had a conversation with the superintendent and the assistant superintendent, and we made it a point that what we've heard is that we need to work together, okay? We do not want to overlap resources. So when we talked with them, there were 3 areas that the assistant superintendent said, these are areas that you could help us. You could help us with pre-K, early learning. You could help us with backpack to briefcase. You could help us with, different counseling, different areas that we could help them accelerate and get the children ready to be educated where they don't have the resources today to do that. One of the things we heard was that the school, as this is built out through the school, is going to increase additional revenue on that side and kind of take away from some of the focus that maybe they were looking at, and that it was almost looked upon as being a separate type of unit to offer additional services and, again, offload some of that workload that they have because they need to focus on teaching. And so there's just an avenue, and it's going to work together, Paul. We're not looking to do the redundancy. And again, there's other agencies. And I don't want to say this is going to expand because right now we're asking for minimum dollars. The Newport Community School has a budget of $1.4 million. Okay. And it focuses on Thompson High School and Rogers. Okay. And other areas. That's the commitment they've made. We need to make a commitment as a community to offer this service. And yes, I'm hoping over time it grows. I think this is not $95,000 isn't a drop in the bucket, but it's $95,000 that we can use to hire someone to help us vet this out and prove out that it's going to be a valuable service to our community. And I think what you'll also see is that there will be additional revenue that's going to come in from bonds, or from a grant or funding from donations or from other organizations to support this program. Okay. They all started off with a little seed money, and they all grew to a level that they're offering a great service to their community. I do want to focus in on the children right now. They have been impacted today from this COVID, and they need help to get up to speed. And our goal will not to be overlapping resources. It's going to help fill the gaps. That's our goal.
So from the $95,000 you're asking for, Sean gave us a number of what was the number you gave, Sean? 200.
So the number I provided, and I guess I included sort of everything that was being discussed was 212,000. That included a director. That included 4 part-time teachers. It included a consultant, and it included materials. And what I believe, and I talked to Dennis when we updated the number that he's discussing tonight. He is only, and Dennis, correct me, but just only talking about the director, which has that $92,000 cost to get the program organized and up and running. I believe that's his objective.
So what is that 92,000? I think it's important to discuss, and so people are aware of, what does that represent? What do we get for $92,000? What is that paying for? And where is that money coming from? Is that coming out of this 2%, Sean, or where is it coming from?
We would have to identify a funding source for it.
Okay. So again, I'm not opposed to it. I think all those things need to be in place before, just like a budget. I mean, we know what we're getting. We know what the requests are, and but you got to have the details of where do you get it from?
Hey, Paul, as you would say, is a little humor. We'll just take it out of the rescue wagon fund. It's just a little humor, Paul, you know? Or
Well,
maybe
hey,
we'll
Welch
take it
get a
out of the
kick out of that.
$700,000 we have in the recycle program. Or maybe we'll take it out of $1 million that we have set aside for something else that may not happen. This is happening. This is real time. If you're gonna push back on this, we're not gonna push, I mean, come on, really? I mean, this is a program, this person, and again, we've talked to many people about this program. And one of the hardest pieces is the seed money to get the program off the ground, to be shovel ready. The state was very impressed that we are actually in the process of having this available. And so I think we're going to miss out on an opportunity. That's just what I think. But we have a responsibility to help our children. And I think this program, by hiring someone who's a director, can help us focus on this and even focus on some of the things that Mrs. Vaughn just said. Find out what the discovery is. Create a way of looking at the level of losses that they've had. Help evaluate, help the school do this. The school should have these measurements. I think they have them. Let us help identify it. Let us keep working with the school to help them fill the gap. Let us help work with Newport Mental Health to help set up programs to enable these kids to be enriched through health and welfare. What is wrong with that? And if it doesn't work, we'll pull it out next year. But I'm promising you, it's gonna work.
Well, I love your confidence. But look, Dennis, you know, pushback is healthy. You got to ask questions. Nothing's a given. And I think it's healthy to ask those questions. I'm just looking for
Sure.
more detail.
No, I
I'm looking
appreciate
for
it.
more, I'm looking for more detail on, and again, not opposed to it, just want to, at this point, just want to know, you know, where the dollars are coming from, you know, and what's that 92,000, 95,000 represent? And, you know, is there anything formal that we have in writing that says this is the program I'm proposing? I can come up and go, hey, I want to start this. Give me $100,000. I don't have anything to show you for it, but just give it to me. That's not right. I mean, I'm not, again, not opposed to you. I just want to see something. And as Council Flynn always says, where's the data?
Well, I think if you check some of your emails, you'll see that I've sent you quite a bit of information about this over the years. And I've talked to Sean about this. Sean put in front of you some numbers, way over what I was considering. So you did see that. It's for a program director. You got that document. It's not the 4 part-time teachers. It's not content. It's not a consultant. He showed you. It's a project manager. Okay. So we got that. And where the money's going to come from, let's take it out of one of these accounts that we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in. I'm not the one to make that up. Do we take it out of the beach fund? Do we take it out of the ambulance fund? Do we take it out of the trash waste management fund? Do we take it out of the rainy day fund? Do we take it out of the president's? I don't know. That's a Sean question. So if you approve it or the council approves it, Sean could probably tell us where it's going to come from.
That's President Sylvia's fund, discretionary fund.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well,
That's
I
that.
just, again, it's another
Said, Mike,
$100,000 on
feedback.
top of all the additional requests. So, you know, the council, you know, whatever the council decides to do, they'll do. But all these things add up, and you know, in my opinion, you can't have them all. That's just me speaking out loud. So I'm not saying it's yours. I'm just saying everything we heard tonight. If we, at this rate, we'll just be driving more people out of town. So that's just my opinion. So anybody have any further comments about Dennis's program or Barbara, what Barbara recommended? Council Santos.
I'm going to address my question to both of them. In Mrs. Von Villas's proposal, she is going to be using the Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dennis?
She would be the coordinator.
Dennis, we would be going out to hire somebody, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
So I know, but I get Dennis has talked to the schools, Barbara's program, we haven't talked to the schools.
No.
Okay. All right. So are the schools on? Yeah, if we could bring the school in, that'd be great, because I'd like to hear what they have to say. And I think I have a couple of school questions as well, budget related.
We're on.
How are you?
This is Rosemary. Good. Thank you.
So Rosemary, have you been listening to what's being proposed?
Yes. Yes.
Thoughts, concerns, ideas?
Well, yeah, a lot has been put forward. Hearing Dr. Von Villas's proposal really makes a great deal of sense. She certainly has not lost her hat as a teacher or as a principal or a school superintendent. So I really commend what she has said and how she has framed the problem and how to resolve it. Again, this is in line or aligned to what RIDE has asked us to do in many ways. Dr. Von Villas has really peeled back some of the nitty gritty. Our assistant superintendent does head up the teaching and learning and the assessment. So we would have to talk about, you know, how much time our assistant superintendent would be dedicated to that piece. Again, that is part of her job. I think I know that our building principals would embrace, because again, this is aligned to very much of our accelerated learning plan and what we have outlined we need to do. We have identified the students. Right now, we know we have students attending our extended school year program. We probably have over 75 elementary students, kindergarten through 8, who would be attending our extended school year program based on the needs, as Dr. Von Villas has said, and data that we have. So we have more. We have not invited them, we have asked them to attend and asked parents to attend this extended school year program. We have done this identification as well at our high school level. And we know students that have fallen through the cracks through COVID. And we have a coordinator at the high school who is working on a summer program for those students, a credit recovery program, a boost type of program to be able to bring those students in line for graduation, that we're not losing any time or they're not losing any time, and bring their grades up. We have coordinators at 2 coordinators for grades kindergarten through 12, through 8 for those 75 plus students as well. So again, Dr. Von Villas's proposal is very much in line with our accelerated learning program.
How do the dollars work? I'm interested in that.
So right now, the dollars that we have for our extended learning program are grant funded. Now, for us to do this during the year, we would be using some ESSER dollars to help support those programs. We also utilize the wraparound service of Newport County Mental Health, you know, the other social emotional pieces for this learning. It is our Beyond the Bell program. A component of our summer program is transportation. Again, we have applied for and received a grant from the Department of Education for transportation. So not only will our students be attending this Beyond the Bell during the summer, but we provide transportation. We also partner with Middletown COSI or EBCAP, so that students who attend the academic piece in the morning can easily transfer into a camps-like setting with our partnership with EBCAP or COSI, Middletown Child Opportunity Zones. So, you know, it's a comprehensive program. I really would look forward to talking to Dr. Von Villis on some of the nitty-gritty types of things. And I know our assistant superintendent and principals would too, because Dr. Von Villis is absolutely right. It is about the accountability. We would be able to measure that accountability in our schools. We get input from our teachers. So the assessments, while we do use an outside source for assessments, but having our teachers create the assessments is an important piece as well.
Okay. So Dennis, I have a question for you about your proposal. Where would this take place at, and what building, what facility? And, you know, I'm not,
I can't even.
I talked to Sean about that. He had mentioned there was a couple facilities we could be in the schools. They said there's plenty of room in the high school or JFK.
okay.
It's one person at this point. Again, we're looking to fill the gaps. When we talked with the superintendent, they had told us there was a few areas that we could assist with this program. Talked to Middletown Prevention Coalition. They also said there were some areas that we could help. It's nice to hear about the Newport Mental Health, because I think that we don't have a real strong relationship with Newport Mental Health with our schools. That's an area that we could.
We do. We have a partnership.
Okay, I talked with Jamie and I know what, you know, I just talked to him the other day, and I know they've been trying to contact people at the school and haven't heard back in regards to bonds and a few other things, or grants, I should say. So I know that we don't have them in our schools because we have them facilitated at the Middletown High School, excuse me, the Middletown Police Department. So it's not a solid relationship. You may have a relationship, but my understanding is not solid. And so, again, this is a program that is going to assist. I didn't want it to be confrontational. I wanted it to be a group of us, the town, working with the school in assisting other programs within the community as well for wealth and wellness and wealth. It just, you know, I gotta say, I've been working on it for 3 years, and it's a little frustrating that they're gonna throw a program out at the last minute when we've already got it established as part of the budget. The department was set up. We're looking for some funding by the town for this program. And now I'm excited that everyone's now getting up and raising their hand and want to do something about it besides building a school.
Okay. Well, I think just as I'm listening to everybody, it sounds like everybody wants to do the right thing and certainly come up with a program that works. We somewhat have one. There's a new one that's somewhat being proposed, and then there's Dennis's program that he's been working on. I think that why can't we, you know, work together, all work together, and I'm sure you'll figure it out. I think that's probably at this point, you know, because I'm sure the school is going to keep their program, and, you know, between Dennis and Barbara and the school, I can't see why we can't come up with a great program. That's just me trying to put it together at the last minute here, I guess, based on what we're hearing. So.
And Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a really important piece of the, you know, conversation is this collaboration, you know, this collaboration between, you know, the school department. I think that was one of the first conversations that Dennis had, and the collaboration with Newport Mental Health, the community school, Middletown Prevention Coalition. You know, when we talked about this a few meetings ago, where, you know, the idea is to collaborate and make sure that there are no students falling between the gaps. And the place where that happens is in a municipal department, because we have we're flexible with the funding, and we can react to the needs that end up cropping up in the community or in our population. So you're absolutely right. It's going to be everybody working together and finding out where they need support, because that's the whole idea. What do you need more of that you can't do now? That's the whole goal of this department. I just wanted to clarify that and, say that you're absolutely right.
Okay. Anybody have any further questions, Mrs. Santos?
Thank you, sir. My question's directed to Mrs. Krieger. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, Mrs. Santos, fine.
Any news that I can pass along about the buses to the residents of the area?
No, we are working on that, though.
Okay.
It would obviously be for next year.
All right, I'll pass that along. I appreciate it very much.
Mhm.
My second question is, thank you for answering my question and also answering Mr. Brown's request of object code number 54601, land and building rental. You did
Yes.
say the school department pays $5 per year to the National Society of Colonial Dames for the land on Berkeley Avenue. Now, in the budget, there is a figure of 27,743. Are you renting any buildings? Any space in any of the
Yes.
buildings?
Yes, we do. We rent space at Oliphant School for the Regional Special Education Program.
You rent? Is that what you said?
We charge them. We charge Newport County.
No,
Regional-
this is something that the school department pays out for rent. What are you renting? That you are charging it's in the budget as rental expenditures.
When they break out our expenses, a part of the rent they're charged is attributable to. Middletown.
Right. So it really is a turnaround of dollars. We do charge Newport County Regional Special Ed that 28,000. But when we book it, it is I'm trying to find the right words, and I'm looking to Cindy, our finance director here, to get the right words. So I'm clear about it.
A portion of it is part of our regional payment because we're part of the region.
It becomes a portion of our regional special education program.
So you have an expenditure for rent that you pay out for renting a space, a building. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
We have a revenue line.
it's
for
a
the-
revenue line as-
And an expense line for our share.
and an expense line for our share of the region.
Mrs. Krieger, this is not in the revenues. This is in the expenditures.
It's in both places.
It is in both places.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It is in both places.
All right, thank you.
So just ask that question again. So just so I'm straight, because there's a lot of faces looking around here going, what?
Yeah, I see the faces too.
So we charge the regional
Just correct.
rent, but we put that back towards a payment as what?
Okay, well, if we could have our finance director just describe that, she might do a better job than I'm trying to do, because she
Okay.
deals with. Can we let's Cindy Brown in to talk, please?
Yeah, she's in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Cindy.
Oops. You have to shut your sound off. That's better. Sorry, we had some feedback going on here.
Yep.
So we do charge the regional special education program rental of our facility. That comes in as revenue and is posted on a revenue line called building rental, land and buildings. I think it's under building rental. And then in turn, as you know, we all pay a share of the costs of the Newport County Regional Program that we're a member of. So when the Newport County Regional Program takes all its costs together, once a year, they have to break down our regional payment for us into specific UCOA line items by how it was spent. So that's why when you see that breakdown, it's us taking the regional quarterly payment at the end of the year. They give us their distribution of lines of how their money was spent, how the regional payment was utilized. And then it's sent to us and it replaces the number that's in there for the quarterly. It's the same gross total, but it has to be broken down for ride purposes on exactly what we spent it on. So that's the expense side you see, because they're in their reporting to us of the breakdown, they're showing an expenditure for rent. And we did review that, and I think perhaps they need to update their line item breakdown a bit. And so that's a conversation we'll have with them. But essentially, the bottom line is, however they spent it on, if it's speech therapists or teachers or whatever services that are needed, the bottom line, it stays the same. We just have to break it down on how they spent it. So we do have a revenue for our rental of the building, but we're also responsible for a share of the cost of the rental as part of the region. And that's the expense.
So
Is that any?
we rented to
Did that
them,
help
but we
at all?
pay them back with our portion of the rent of our own building?
Yes, it is part of the regional cost.
Oh.
So
That
when
just
the
seems odd-
regional
that just seems
program
odd to
was
me.
in Portsmouth, Portsmouth charged them rent, and we had to pay a portion of that, as did Portsmouth.
I know, but it's our own building. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it. It just strikes me as odd. That's all. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions of the school department and their budget, or any other questions pertaining to what was discussed this evening?
Actually, could I ask a question?
Yeah, Sean has a question.
I'm sorry, and I'm usually try to send these over. I'm curious, a question I didn't ask. How much, do you know, did special ed receive any of the Ezra, COVID relief monies directly from the state?
No, they don't. They're not an LEA.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, so can I ask a different question then? So if the Middletown School Department acts as the LEA for special ed, did the Middletown School Department receive funding on behalf of special ed? So is part of our money have to be allocated to that?
No, not at all. I'm echoing here, each district just receives the ESSA funds. None of it goes to special ed.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just pursue just this thread? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go have at it.
So the funding then, if we have a student that we tuition out, does the federal dollars follow the student, or does it stay in district, or how does that work?
So if we tuition a student out, that's Middletown.
It was the meeting.
If we tuition a student out and it's a Middletown student, we pay that. The region doesn't pay that. And
No, but does
we
the,
don't pay for a student from Tiverton who might go to a Bradley school. Tiverton pays those costs.
We also don't.
I understand that, but the COVID money that comes in for the, do we have to share that money for that student that leaves the district?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any further questions of the school department or any part of the budget? All right, well, there was certainly some lively discussion tonight and some good discussion. We need to figure out when we're going to come back, what the date is. So I was talking to the council clerk during the town clerk during the 10-minute recess. And I just, the date of the 7th, which is our next regular meeting, we would start at 6 if the council's okay with that. We just want to make sure, Sean and Rosemarie, that I know that we want to avoid any type of unemployment costs that we could potentially incur. You have 30 days to adopt your budget after we adopt the town budget. Is Sean, that's accurate?
Yes, that's.
30 days is the max. They can do it within that time frame, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody
So
comfortable?
our next school committee in June would be June 17th. That doesn't, I mean, we could also have a special meeting to adopt
Okay.
the budget to comply.
Yeah, we just want to make, I appreciate that, Rosemary. We just want to make sure that we're in line with the law and making sure that you're in line with our schedule as far as what we're trying to do, as far as the date of adopting the budget, and at the same time, not incurring any additional costs.
Right, I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have any further questions or comments? And if you do, think of any questions in the meantime, certainly reach out to Sean or Rosemary. If I can help, reach out to me, whatever works. Good job tonight. A lot of tough discussions, but they have to happen. And we'll see you all on the 7th, okay? Happy Memorial Day, and everybody be safe.
Does he have to adjourn?
Tom? Okay. Yeah, he keeps it open. Yeah.
The public hearing will stay open and motion to continue until June 7th.
Second?
We have a motion, a second to continue to June 7th, and the public hearing does remain open, as the Vice President motioned. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
We can.
Motion to also continue the resolution until June 7th.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion, a second to continue the resolution until June 7th. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Aye.
everyone. Sorry for the long
Thank you.
meeting. Okay.
Has to be done.